can also see if we are on YouTube. So the streams are available from both the website and via YouTube. So should be an option for everyone, no matter where they are, to have a good recording, a good live streaming of that conference.
Italo, are you the first speaker of the introducing in the opening session?
Yes, I'm the first, the second, and the fifth.
Okay, so let's say that I will introduce the opening session and I will give you the word.
Yeah, I will start sharing my screen. Just closing the other application on the PC.
I just made a reboot of the computer for safety purposes.
Yeah, I have three machines. One is recording room 1, one is recording room 2, and the third one is the one that I'm using to speak. To present. Okay.
A quick question, Guillem. The statistics module, do I need to reload that manually, or is there a reload integrated?
No, it's static, unfortunately.
Okay. No, no problem. If I know it, it's fine. No problem at all. Just want to monitor a bit the number of participants, so we can also share that. Okay, we still have a bit of time left. So we are on air on the website, we are on air via YouTube and here via Jitsi. And also the conference talks and speeches are recorded. It's good to see all of you, even if just virtually again this year, but it's good to have all of you around and see all of you.
The same for me. Let's hope that the next year we will be able to join and meet again in person. Hopefully.
Yep. Same here, seconded.
Gabriele, I will start recording the room a couple of minutes before noon, so so that we start the session and you will be recorded as well.
Okay.
A little organizational hint: if you're speaking live, I recommend turning off or muting your mobile phones and the normal phones.
It's a good suggestion since I had already muted the mobile phone, but I didn't remember to mute the landline one. So great, and thank you.
I had the experience once during a recorded interview. Luckily, it was just recorded. Normally, I always turn it off, but ding dong, like, okay, I forgot something. Can we redo that part? Then, of course, follow the LibreOffice Twitter account for more handy conference tips.
Gabriele, I will, when I'm almost at the end of the opening session, but it's not going to be very long, I will hand over to Lothar for his introduction. And Lothar will hand over to me again, because the last slide is the announcement of technology and ecosystem logos before the session is over.
Okay.
So when the session is over, I will hand over to you.
Okay. But I guess I will have to do the same again, meaning that the next speech at 12:30 is yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe there are comments, questions.
Sure,
I don't know.
Okay.
And I think we have to start by the hour because the schedule is quite packed. So about a minute from now, and it begins.
Yeah. Started recording now.
Okay.
Then Gabriele can make the countdown.
Yes.
I have one of those old analog wall clocks, so it's 35 seconds to go, and now we have 30.
I'm looking to the clock of the computer, which is synchronized, should be synchronized with some time server somewhere.
Let me do the countdown. It's now 5 seconds to go.
Okay.
2, 1, 0.
So, welcome to LibreOffice Conference 2021. I'm really honored, and it's a great pleasure to introduce this conference this year. Unfortunately, it is still online, but and not in person. But as we were saying before, we hope to be able to have an in-person meeting next year. Let's hope so. And in the meanwhile, I just wish you all to enjoy this conference, even if online. I can't say good morning because worldwide it's not morning everywhere. So, by the way, the very first session is the opening session, and I see all the speakers are connected and online. So it's again a pleasure to hand over to Italo Vignoli, who is going to introduce the LibreOffice Conference 2021. Thank you.
Morning or have a nice day, everyone. Welcome to the LibreOffice Conference. Hopefully your language is in this slide. Welcome everyone for 3 days with a lot of presentation. First, thanks to conference sponsors, Collabora and Allotropia, who are the two main sponsors. Linux Professional Institute, we will announce later the starting of a collaboration with Linux Professional Institute about certification, and then Omnis Cloud and Carbone.io, who are also sponsoring the event. Thanks to them, although it's a virtual event, it is important to be backed by companies in any case. About the schedule, a few housekeeping information. About the schedule, you can find the schedule at those links. At that link, you can download the mobile application for Android. To find the links, you can go to our blog. During the last couple of days, we have published post about the conference. You can find the links, active links there. In terms of streaming, we are streaming on YouTube and a conference website. The links are provided, YouTube links are provided just before the starting of the conference. Please check them regularly and at least once a day, as they might change. The current Jitsi version does not work. This is for macOS users, does not work with Safari. So if you have a Mac, you should use Firefox and Chrome. We have also discussion channels. The room channels are supposed to ask questions and comment the presentations. Then we have a main chat, and we have a broadcast channel for the conference. The broadcast channel is only on Telegram, while the discussion channels are on Matrix, RC, on Libera Chat, and Telegram. And now, switching to the information, a couple of numbers. There will be a session about the state of the project with more numbers tomorrow. This is based on this slide is from Statista, is based on analyst number. We are in 2021. As you see, our Office Suite market is just over $25 billion. The estimate is that it will reach over $31 billion by 2025. It is, this shows that it is a dynamic market. The growth is not huge, but is solid, and in any case, $30 billion is a quite significant figure. This slide is from September 2017, from a Spicework report, but analyst number are more or less unchanged since then. As you can see, open source productivity suite have around 16% of market share. Of course, the number are higher than 100 because several users are using more than one software. But what is important is that the open source have a quite a sizable market share. And based on recent discussion with Microsoft people, they have told, and this of course is not official, but it's just verbal, that LibreOffice is the most requested open source application from Windows 10 users. So this gives a good idea and a good perception of our positioning. And now let's talk about the project and the community. We had last year we had a rather large discussion about the how the project is structured, managed, how is sustained. So we have a big community, and the community, there are volunteers and there are ecosystem companies. Everyone, I would say that we are all important. Ecosystem companies are important because they allow LibreOffice to be in the enterprise world. Volunteers are important because they, and of course by providing ecosystem companies, by providing feature to the enterprise world, also provide features to LibreOffice because their development is integrated into the master source code. Volunteers are extremely important because they are the active community of people contributing to LibreOffice. We have a large number of volunteers contributing to localizations. LibreOffice is the software that is localized in more languages worldwide, 119 available languages. We have volunteers contributing to documentation, and documentation at the moment is following closely the announcement. We already have a couple of 7.2 guides available just 1 or 2 months after the announcement, and there is a large number of volunteers contributing to the user interface, to graphic, and doing marketing, doing advocacy at local level. Volunteers are key for the project. And these are the numbers of the community based on our dashboard, so everyone can check these numbers over the last 5 years. As you, the blue bars are casual contributors. The purple bar are the regular contributors, and the, I would say, reddish bars are the core contributors. As you can see, although there are seasonal variations, our community is rather stable. We have a number of regular and core contributors. We have a number of casual contributors that in some cases become regular or core, in some cases do not, but this is what is it with open source software. Some numbers to add that, based on data from Git, ecosystem company-sponsored developers provide 68% of activity on the source code, and volunteers 28%. This is just quantity, is not quality, of course. The quality is outstanding for all contribution. Based on donation numbers, 90% are from individuals and 10% from small and medium businesses. This means that we don't have donations from large enterprise users. And based on the data that we have, only less than 5% of all LibreOffice enterprise users, and it looks like there are quite many, are contributing back to the project. And to contribute, they could donate, they could buy product or services from ecosystem companies and certified professionals. This does not happen as frequently as it should. And this is one of the issues that we are facing, and we are trying to overcome with actions in the marketing plan. Again, these actions will be explained during tomorrow's session. So who pays for LibreOffice development? 68% is paid by customers of ecosystem companies. These are enterprise customers, but they are not as many as they should be. We know that there are banks and governments and other large institutions worldwide, or an organization worldwide, using LibreOffice. We do not expect all of them to pay for some development, to pay for some activities, but we expect some of them doing this. 28% of development is provided by volunteers and paid by their own time. This is absolutely key. Here I mentioned just the UX localization and documentation, but as I said, there are volunteers active in many other areas which are as key as these three areas. So this is just a hint of the data that will be shared tomorrow. And now it's my pleasure to call Lothar Becker, the chairman of the Document Foundation, for the opening address of the conference.
Yeah, thank you, Italo. Let me switch on quickly the camera. Hope you can hear me and see me. Thanks to Italo, dear participants of our LibreOffice conference this year. My name is Lothar Becker, and as chairman of the Document Foundation, it is a real pleasure for me to warmly welcome you all wherever you are participating in this conference. The most of you know that we normally do our conference as an in-person meeting. But as we all discover another year of the worldwide pandemic, we decided once more to have an online version of the conference this year again, after the one last year. I think we all miss heartily the opportunity to meet each other in person. Even if the possibility of the video conferencing are widely established now in the meantime, perhaps with this establishment even more. Because also with all the possibilities of virtual meetings, it is my impression that a personal handshake with another participant, a private talk about know-how or experience with LibreOffice, or a spontaneous round of people about any common topic which arise during the conference, or just a beer or a Coke with an old good friend in our community, is missed very hard. Beside the missing of all these in-person, even local community activities, it was also hard, for example, for the board to have no opportunity in the whole term to meet in person. And to be honest, not every interpersonal effect could be covered by it, but I think the annual report of the year 2020, our Jubilee year, showed a variety of activities and contributions, and as Italo showed in the numbers, which filled the year instead of personal meetings. And nevertheless, it shows that it was one of the most successful years for the foundation. And with that, in the last year, so also the organizers of this conference hardly worked again on all possibilities to have opportunities for joining virtually here. Here and in all talks, and I want to encourage you not just to participate in the talks within a great and packed schedule, but also to use the different opportunities to communicate with each other beside of the talks. There are possibilities via chats, via launches, or asking questions during and after the talks to get in contact. So for this, let me thank the Orga team here, which is working for months to bring this on stage within all these circumstances. Sorry for not mentioning all of you with names, which I probably do not know all. So thanks to all of you for your passion to have this conference nevertheless online again. The team have also made some great videos of the main sponsors, and there is a separate opportunity to meet them in private rooms for getting in contact. By the way, also from my side, let me say a huge thank you to our sponsors this year, who made it possible again to join in this setting for the conference. Thank you to Collabora. Thank you to Allotropia. Thank you to Linux Professional Institute, and thank you Omnis Cloud. And thanks to Carbon.io. Please visit their websites and get in contact with them for more information on the products and services, or even for open job opportunities. But let's also see the good side of such an online event. We have around 200 pre-registered participants from all over the world, even from time zones where the sessions now are held during the night. The amount of participants is probably the highest we ever have with our LibreOffice conference. And this is a good sign. A good sign that we, as an international community, survive this really hard time of the pandemic. And it will be a great basis for having in-person meetings again whenever this will be possible and wherever we will do it. But all online? No, as a well-known saying of a tale, Asterix and Obelix, there's a little resistant group of well-known community members who are meeting in person in Hamburg, the place where our roots of our beloved software were made. So best greetings to all participants in Hamburg. I tried also to come to Hamburg, but out of private reasons, I was not able to join. So I hope you enjoy also in Hamburg the conference and the personal meetup in Hamburg as well. Have a great time, all of you at the conference. Thanks for taking part. And now that the show begins, see you in the different sessions, in the different rooms. Come together, have fun, be proactive, and contribute. You all will rock it. Thanks, and back to Italo.
Okay, thank you. I have the last announcement of the opening session. The opening session, we promised to have logos for the LibreOffice technology and the LibreOffice ecosystem as part of our marketing plan, and now you can see both of them. The author is the same, is Elisa de Castro Guerra. I think she made a couple of proposals, and other people made proposals, and of course we thank you. We thank all of them for investing their time in developing these logos. But I think that Elisa was able to really summarize the concept in one image using the LibreOffice icon and using it to represent the concept of technology, which is unique to LibreOffice, is the tight integration of the LibreOffice engine in every LibreOffice flavor. So we have the same engine on the desktop, on the cloud, mobile, and different platforms. And the fact that we have an ecosystem of equals, which are represented here by a number of LibreOffice logos, but each one with its own characteristic, as underlined by the different color of the triangle. Again, thank you to all the people that have contributed to this logo contest. Thank you to Elisa. I sent a message to Elisa 10 minutes before starting the session because we really wanted to have this as a surprise to everyone. We will work during next week to produce the different version of the logo which are necessary to use the logo, and we will announce it with a blog post where we also will explain how to use the logo and where to use the logo. And of course, everyone in the community is invited to use the LibreOffice technology logo, while the LibreOffice ecosystem logo will be more for the ecosystem companies, so companies that add value to LibreOffice by providing value-added services on top of it. But trainers, migrators, developers, support organizations, and there are quite many that will be able and invited to use this logo. And so thank you again, everyone, for listening to this starting opening session. And I hand over to Gabriele, who is the moderator of the session, before telling you in a few minutes about LibreOffice technology. Thank you again.
Thank you, Italo, for your kind words. And I wish to thank personally, and I would say also on behalf of many persons in the chat room, Lothar, for the kind words and really felt words, especially talking about, the in-person meetings. And we are glad to know and understand, how to say, get to know that there is a in-person small meeting in Hamburg, which is, again, the roots of our beloved software. And it's a good sign of, something is changing, and hopefully the pandemic is slowly coming to, I wouldn't say an over, but at least, a handling, let's say, and returning to the regular life, more or less. At the moment, there are no questions in the room. So I would say, Italo, if you could please share the slide with the links for them. So the various rooms, the room number 1. But you had a slide with the URLs of Telegram as well as Matrix and IRC, and thank you so much. Because at the moment there are no questions, I also, let's say, pinged about that. Yeah, I think there's the next. Indeed, great. So if there is any questions, I'm monitoring the rooms and the various chat, but no questions at the moment, which is somehow expected, just because this is an introduction and an opening session, so there is no particular topic probably anyway, I felt it really interesting the numbers. For example, every time I know that so well, but every time is how to say interesting and also surprising to see them mentioned, and especially, for example, the number of translated languages in which LibreOffice is translated, as well as the market share and many other numbers you showed, which are good signs of a growing community and a growing project which never stops, hopefully, and we strongly believe in it. So, no questions at the moment.
If I can make just one addendum to the slide that we see this morning, European time, we set up a separate or an additional Jitsi room for those who want to test their video equipment, or for those who just want to chat and socialize a bit. There is the LibreCon social channel. You find all the details on the conference website, but if you want to see the others in person, so to speak, with video, if you want to test your equipment, you can go to that channel that is neither streamed nor recorded. All the details on that are on the conference website.
Thank you so much, Florian. I have not a question, but I think it deserves to be read and mentioned. A user who is, let's say, thanking us for the precious words are for such a great free and open source software. I really love LibreOffice. Thank you, Meung, I guess. I hope it's the right pronunciation. And I'm still available for any questions from the audience. And you can see here room 1 on the slide how to prompt those questions if there are any. Otherwise, let's say that within 3 minutes we will be ready for the next session, which would be again from Italo Vignoli, and its title is LibreOffice Technology, a fast platform for personal productivity. In the meanwhile, I could try to, ask a question from myself. Let's say that Lothar has spoken about this year conference and also last year, which were and is online, and the hope to meet again in person, hopefully soon, which is something that I really strongly hope to. But the question is, if for the next year we will, let's say, have this in-person meeting, but in the meanwhile we could stream the conference itself on the web, so we could, let's say, take the best of the two worlds, the physical world, and so the in-person meeting, and the online meeting. So having, let's say, even more participants and even more audience. So are we willing to do that, Lothar?
Sorry, Gabriele. I was sitting on my messenger in the different rooms. Could you recap your question, please?
Yes, quickly. Just was wondering and asking if for the next year, hoping that we would be able to have an in-person meeting, but if we are going to anyway stream it, online. So to take the best of the two worlds, the
Yeah. Well, this idea is for something like a hybrid conference. I think you are mentioning. Yeah, let's see. I think that we have a lot of more experience now for streaming such a huge conference via the internet, and I think this will be the new normal in the future to have both in place. But I think it will be one of the positive effect that we now know how important it is to meet in person, so that we will have a lot of participants also in person at the next conferences.
I hope so, really strongly, and I look forward to that. So it's now time to introduce the next section, the next speech, which is again from Italo Vignoli, LibreOffice Technology, a first platform for personal productivity.
Okay, thank you, Gabriele, and I will try to go quickly along this presentation. Let me stress the importance of the LibreOffice technology concept. This is something that makes LibreOffice unique in comparison with other Office suite, and also not only proprietary, but also open source Office suite. Let's look quickly at the personal productivity market. So before 95, documents had to be printed to be shared. So the productivity, there was a big obstacle to sharing data, which was based on the fact that document had to be printed. In the next 10 years, between 95 and 2005, there was an evolution between sharing printouts and sharing digital documents. Of course, the turning point was HTML, because HTML decoupled software and contents, making interoperability, at least on the online platform, a reality. And there was the birth of the cloud solution for personal productivity. The first was Google, and then Microsoft with 365. Different reasons. Google was creating the application to increase the opportunity of getting information from users to sell advertising, while Microsoft was looking for an alternative source of revenues from the desktop application. Between 2005 and 2010, it was the birth of the XML-based document format. So there was the development of the ODF standard and the announcement of the Office OpenXML pseudo standard. The Office OpenXML, unfortunately, is a very complex topic. The reality is that the standard never existed in the market. It's only on paper, but what was on paper has not really been deployed in a software. And during those years, OpenOffice.org was the de facto alternative to a Microsoft Office. So in 2010, we announced LibreOffice. Microsoft invested on making Office OpenXML the cornerstone of their lock-in strategy. It's looking at the format, it's rather clear how the format has been studied with care to reproduce exactly the same mechanism of the previous proprietary formats. And after 2010, also several freeware or open core office suite entered the market, and all of them were mimicking the Microsoft Office format. At the same time, the cloud-based Office suite have grown and evolved. Let's now focus on LibreOffice. So when we announced LibreOffice, we wanted to relaunch the innovation. OpenOffice was a very innovative product during the previous decade, but for different reasons, the innovation was stalling, was slowing down. So we, of course, the acquisition by Oracle, the Sun acquisition by Oracle was seen as a kind of blocker of the innovation. So the community, we took control of the software and relaunched the innovation with LibreOffice. We started with the easy acts to make it possible for newcomers to start hacking LibreOffice. It was at the time it was considered almost impossible to start from zero to develop OpenOffice. The learning curve was very steep, and LibreOffice developers have done quite a lot to make that curve less steep. There is still a curve, but it's now easier to start hacking LibreOffice. And during the last 10 years, developers and the infrastructure guys have also created a complete infrastructure to help LibreOffice development with Gerrit, Tinderboxes, integration, Bugzilla, the wiki, with OpenGrok, and all the different tools that are used to develop, check, debug LibreOffice to get the quality product that we have today. I would like to underline the importance of the localization effort. There are over 4,600 registered translators, around 120 shipping languages, and 145 active language projects. LibreOffice is available in more native language version than any other application, and we should be proud of the fact that around 75% of the world population is able to use LibreOffice in their native language. Probably even higher than 75%, but anyway, 75% is already a huge number, given that all the other Office suite are below 50%. And for instance, in some continents like Africa, they give for granted that the software is used either in French or in English and not in a local language. Then there has been quite a significant activity on the user interface. I use the notebook bar as an example of what has been done. Of course, this is not the only improvement. There have been many incremental improvement over the 10 years. So these are the notebook bar, and this was significant because it's making it easier for Microsoft Office users to switch to LibreOffice. That gives them a friendly environment, which is not too different from Microsoft Office. Also important, the static code analysis, that defect density has been reduced from 1.1 to 0, defect density for 1,000 lines. The average density for similar size project is 0.71. We are at 0.00 since, I would say, forever. And also very important use the use of fuzzing technologies to anticipate the spotting vulnerabilities in the program. Of course, we also get the help of other organizations which are making using similar tools and spot vulnerabilities, but thanks to this activity or the combined activity on code quality, fuzzing, and so on, we can say that LibreOffice is in a very good position versus other Office suite in terms of security, stability, robustness of the code. And then we have the open document format. Is the true standard, is important. Here we need to invest a lot of time to educate the market, because the market is uneducated by Microsoft advertising money, because they educate about using Microsoft Office formats as standard, while they are not standard, and they carry all the issue that a non-standard has, and issues that were supposed to be solved with the announcement of open standards. So the advantage of ODF is the best standard file format for user of personal productivity. I don't think that it makes any sense to enter into the discussion on how good or how bad or how performant is one document format. The fact is that we have one standard file format, which is good enough for interoperability, and the market should use this format while it's not using it. Of course, because the market is not using this format, there is a huge activity on making LibreOffice reproduce Microsoft Office format as good as possible, as well as possible. I think that the quality of the interoperability is absolutely outstanding. When we see people complaining about issues with LibreOffice, you realize that in most cases the issues are low-level issues, so are not related to the contents, but are related to the visual appearance of the document. And here you have the fonts, you have the page format that are responsible for many of the issues. While they don't care, it looks like the user don't care about contents, care more about the visual aspect, which is a pity. Then also there are the LibreOffice Kit, which is supposed to provide an easy API for LibreOffice, and also the ScriptForge libraries that are a collection of macro scripting resources for LibreOffice. And these all that I've described so far is thanks to our developers, to a fantastic community of developers that has helped to transform LibreOffice from a product to a platform. So LibreOffice, in 2010, LibreOffice was only for the desktop. In 2020, and of course in 2021, we have LibreOffice for the desktop. We have LibreOffice LTS optimized for enterprise, LibreOffice Online for the cloud, LibreOffice Mobile for Android and iOS, and LibreOffice for Chrome OS. All these products, independently from the organization that is releasing them, and in some cases the product is not even carrying the LibreOffice name, share the same engine, which is common to all modules. And this is a key important feature and a key important advantage. So LibreOffice technology is the result of 10 years of development. Same processing engine common to all LibreOffice modules, based on a clean and refactored source code, with a focus on code quality and consistency, and supported by easy and extensive APIs. So LibreOffice is not only a very good software, but is also the best open source platform for personal productivity, tightly integrated on desktop, mobile, and cloud. This is a key important fact. We should all stress this key important fact in all our presentation. LibreOffice technology-based software. Sorry, I didn't replace Allotropia with CIB. I will correct that immediately. I just realized the fault here. So we have desktop from TDF, Red Hat, and SUSE is the desktop version. Enterprise LTS from Collabora and Allotropia. Online cloud Collabora and Allotropia. Android is Collabora. iOS and Apple Store is Collabora, and Windows Store is Allotropia. These are different. The software is different, but the underlying technology is the same, and this is what makes LibreOffice different and stronger than the competition. So this is the slide that summarizes the situation. I've also produced let's call it an anonymized slide where I don't stress the document formats, but I stress the production of different file formats, so text, spreadsheet, presentation, drawings, because in some cases it's important to present to companies without identifying LibreOffice with the specific open document format, because LibreOffice is able to support all the standards, both the good ones and the bad ones, in a best way. It's the main difference here is, I think, is visually clear. We have a common productivity engine, while other software have a different engine for each platform, and this creates issues in terms of interoperability. This creates issues in terms of stability of software, because the documents that are produced are in most cases completely different. Of course, not what you see on the screen is different, but what you are exchanging as document is different. So the LibreOffice unique selling proposition is the following one: LibreOffice is the best open source office suite ever, backed by a strong community and a strong ecosystem. is based on the ODF, ISO standard document format for interoperability and digital sovereignty, and provides a superior compatibility with proprietary document formats. Is the best of free open source software with professional support available for organization using Office productivity for production and management of strategic business contents. I think we should all promote these unique characteristics. And now, as I announced before, we also have a logo of the LibreOffice technology, which embodies the characteristic. This means that in every way you turn the LibreOffice icon, you have the same engine, the same technology, the same community behind it, and this makes the proposal absolutely key and superior to the other proposal of other Office suites. And thank you. I think there is time for questions, and I hope there are questions. I think that this is a hot topic for our community.
Thank you so much, Italo. At the moment, we just have one question, and it's Mike. And the question is, on relaunch the innovation slide, are there signs that innovation in LibreOffice is stalling at the moment, just as it was in openoffice.org at the moment of LibreOffice announcement? So what's the trend from your point of view, at least?
I personally don't think so. Don't think that innovation is stalling. Innovation is probably, we are in a completely different market since 2010. In 2010, the market was only desktop. And therefore, you could measure the innovation only on one kind of application. Today, we look at a different environment. A product is not just desktop. The product is, we can say it's everywhere. It's on our mobiles, is on our desktop, is on the cloud, is integrated into platforms. And in some cases, the product is integrated and you don't even realize that there is the product behind it. So I think that we should look at innovation with different eyes than in 2010. In 2010, probably OpenOffice was not, the innovation was slowing down, but was not blocked. Of course, the Oracle acquisition at the time was seen as a blocker of innovation, and the reality is that it turned out to be a blocker of the innovation because Oracle abandoned the project and for different reasons the project was handed over to Apache Foundation, mostly because IBM wanted the project to be there, because IBM doesn't like copyleft licenses and wanted the software to be under a permissive license. I think that today we should measure the innovation based on what the ecosystem is providing. So the ecosystem is not just TDF. The ecosystem is as companies that are providing different flavors of the product. The ecosystem as consultants that are working with the companies to make LibreOffice a part of these companies' strategic platform. I am referring to governments in some cases. I'm referring to large organization in other cases. I will not make names, but today the technology is not just used on the desktop to create documents. It's used in different places to create doc contents that can be shared. So it's not just documents, it's more contents. I think that LibreOffice is innovating. Of course, the innovation is not a flat line. There are times where we innovate more and times where we probably innovate a little bit less. With 7.1, there was a rather significant innovation with the new graphic engine for Windows, the Skia engine, that will will allow LibreOffice to be compatible with a future version of Windows and future version of also other operating system which are using or leveraging that engine. We have, with 7.2, we have introduced the version, the Macintosh version for Apple Silicon. Again, this is also an innovation. So I don't think that we are stalling. I think that we have the responsibility, each one of us has the responsibility of pushing the project forward. So
Okay.
not just one person, but the project has to go forward.
You know that this is something I used to say really a lot of times, that if everyone does a little bit, it's much better than having just one doing the whole. By the way, there is another question. It's from Maridev. How will TDF prevent companies of the ecosystem from forking without contributing any longer to the upstream project?
Of course, this it's impossible to prevent because based on the license, you can fork an open source project and decide not to contribute back to the original project. I think so. We don't have legal ammunition to prevent this. I think that we have the community ammunition to prevent this. As a community, we really work together. We really for the mutual advantage. So the community supports ecosystem companies, and the ecosystem companies support the community. I think that we together can prevent hostile forks such as the one that you are about from your question. Let me make just an example, very quick, and one that comes to my mind. I have not given an affiliation for Elisa, the author of the logo, but Elisa is working for Collabora. So, and Elisa has contributed a logo for the community. So I think, of course, this is a very small example, which, by the way, is significant for the LibreOffice technology topic. And she's the employee of a company, and at the same time, she's contributed as volunteer to the community.
Which is something that happens really a lot of times.
Which happens quite often, yes.
Indeed, indeed. We're running out of time, but I would just want to mention that Mike just wanted to thank you, and to he says that it is about the trend of the innovation. It is exactly his own impression as well. So he thanks you, Italo, and me too. Italo, really thank you for all these introductive sessions. And it's now time to introduce the next session, which is the Collabora keynote from Michael Mix. So it's my pleasure and honor to hand over to Michael Mix.
And if I unmute, potentially you can even hear me.
Yes, now we can.
Good. Hopefully you can see me as well. I don't know if that's working at all.
Yes.
And then the next thing is the slides. You never know your luck. Let's try that. Do we have slides? Can you see that?
Yes, I confirm. At the moment I can see the LibreOffice interface, not the
great. Let me let me not share a window and share my whole screen instead, and then life will be better, perhaps. Perfect.
Yes, much better. Now I see on full screen the slide. Go on, please, Michael.
Well, thank you for all being here. This is fantastic. I'm going to try and speak slowly, but I'm sorry, I get excited, and then anyhow. Let's try. So I just want to tell you a little bit about Collabora. Many of you know of us. The parent company has 140 staff. It's quite a mature company, arguably the leading open source consultancy in the world. And it's the parent company of Collabora Productivity, which I guess is the LibreOffice related bit. We came out of SUSE in 2013, now 8 years, just slightly over 8 years old, around 32 staff. And we're fully focused on office pieces. And of course, LibreOffice is a huge part of that. And the LibreOffice technology underpins everything we do there. And so, I think a very positive way of looking at it. And thanks, Italo, for building that whole model and framing and approach to market. I think that's really, really cool. So Collabora's mission, well, yes, make open source rock. So hopefully we have a great alignment there with TDF's mission. And just to reiterate that, this is really our raison d'etre. It's why we're here. It's the goal of our shareholders. So what does that mean? Well, if we're not doing that, then we're failing to some degree. So how do we do it? We take the support that our people give us, our partners, our customers, and so on, and we reinvest that into Floss software everywhere. All our code is open. Obviously, we have to make money to pay our salaries and to reinvest and so on. But broadly, it's the goal is making open source rock, and that's what we're here for. We're not for sale. We're not a startup that appears and disappears, having done something of questionable value and changes radically. And so we're really quite static in terms of structure, ownership, and so on. We're here for the long run to make open source succeed. And because it doesn't succeed by itself, it needs lots of effort put in. So the parent company does all sorts of things, and I just a few things there. So the fundamental thing that ties these together is making open source succeed in lots of new domains, enabling primarily Linux to run on all kinds of semiconductor hardware, doing automotive things in your car, in your the medical device next to your bed in your hospital, the signs you're looking at, the entertainment that's streamed through multimedia displays, the plumbing that ties all this together, but perhaps more importantly, making it easy for companies to do the right thing, which is to base off an open source solution. So providing that consultancy service and the ability to find people to solve your problem quickly. And so there's lots of examples there of good things we've done. Collabora's productivity subsidiary, though, is really focused on selling things around the LibreOffice technology. So we've developed Collabora Online, which is really at the tip of our sales marketing spear. And we developed that to support it, maintain it, sustain it. And it's built on, of course, LibreOffice technology. Much of the goodness underneath there is completely shared. And I'll talk about that later. And we make this wonderful, scalable, interoperable, collaborative editing thing in your browser. And then we provide an SLA around that to keep it available inside your organization, level 3 support for fixing bugs, tickets, problems. We talk to our customers about where they want to go. You know, what do they want the product to do? Where should we be going? How can we improve? And then we love to go to market via partners. So our preferred route to market is to, you know, find great open source loving companies in the world out there, and to partner with them and then share the revenue around the code base there with them. So they get a better product to give to their customers, and we stand behind them, and you know, it all works well. But the most crucial piece here is ensuring that revenue goes back to actual development, because you know, it's very easy to sell services around open source whilst not contributing back, and that's something that we think is just destructive for the whole ecosystem. We also sell LibreOffice, which is a branded version of LibreOffice, and obviously the foundation for what we do in online. And we have a year-based versioning scheme and release schedule, and we sell then on PC, Mac, and Linux for that. But we also do bespoke consultancy, and we make wacky products to help people with obscure needs around the LibreOffice technology. And you know, we'll even take the risk of doing prepaid fixed price level 3 bug fixes. So we go to market then through partners, OEMs, and hosters, all sorts of people. And you know, as I mentioned earlier, anyone can install a Docker image and claim to be an expert, you know, whilst asking questions of other people and consuming what looks like community resource in order to, you know, try and fulfill their needs. And we've seen a lot of it around OpenOffice. We see a lot of it around LibreOffice. Well, maybe less, because I think there's a more positive message about contributing there. But all of our partners are essentially committed to then shipping Collabora Online and encouraging users to pay for it and pay a reasonable amount, massively cheaper than Microsoft, giving you amazing digital freedom, but then putting money back into actual free software development underneath. So, you know, we love to work with smart people. And so a lot of our partners are extremely sharp and produce a key part of the deliverable here, because we just do Office and we try and focus on that. So without, you know, your Nextcloud, your own cloud, your PyDO, your, you know, Filer, your Jetkey, all of these things, your eGroupware, we don't really have any documents to edit, and we don't have any credentials of users to authenticate against. So we rely on our partners to provide that route to market and the wrapper around Collabora Online. And we have loads of them, 230 partners. If you're interested in becoming one, contact me, check out our partner list if you want to find one. But in your own language near you, we should have something. And we have a nice web page you can look at, which sort of breaks down the commercials, the subscriptions, and what we sell there and how it's priced. So do poke at that if you care about it. But I suspect more people will be interested in you know, what we've done and how we've been working on improving LibreOffice technology. I very quickly screenshotted Italo's slide earlier, and so I now have you know, the right logo in the background. So I just like to show some of the things that we've done, and we've been really pleased to contribute to Core alongside the community. So one of the things I'm most pleased about is that, you know, for decades, we've had this rather narrow VCL API. It's possible to expand the power of our rendering and to make it cleaner and, you know, quicker and so on. But there are a lot of things that can get in the way there. And so one of the things that I've been encouraging people to do is to invest in Skia and trying to get to fewer different backends rendering stuff. So with AMD, we've done some great work there to get accelerated Vulkan rendering on Windows via Skia. Sadly, we still need the GDI rendering for print, which is a tragedy. Hopefully we can come with a solution there. In recent times, Lubosh has been working on Skia support for Mac, accelerated with the Metal backend there, so we can then use a single API for Mac and Windows. Of course, it runs on Linux as well, but of course, the Cairo API is, you know, it's actually really very capable modern rendering API as well. It's not the default there yet. And we've ripped out the OpenGL stuff that used to be there, and I think we're shipping that in LibreOffice 7.2. So really thanks to, well, AMD, of course, but also to all of the LibreOffice vanilla Mac buyers who actually bought LibreOffice on Mac. You know, they bought the convenience of having that in their hand easily and updating, automatically updating, and we put that back into improving the software. Some other things they funded. So, you know, the buyers in the Apple App Store there are really the only serious Mac customers we have as a project. So, you know, the only real people paying for Apple Mac support. So anyway, the funding there really helped us. You know, we could buy the dev kit ahead of time. We could sign the hideous NDAs with Apple. we could do this work built on Stefan's work there to get the ARM64 ABI. We could patch all the dependencies, and thanks to Tor for doing all of that. And we were there, ready to ship it. But of course, there was some horrible bug in the App Store upload that meant we were rather late actually getting it out. Just too big to have an x86 64 and a ARM64 binary at the same time. But anyway, it is there now, and it works thanks to our Mac customers. So here's a debate. Maybe some of you, are aware that we have a board, and our board elections are coming up, I guess, in the at the end of this year, perhaps soon. And so, I'd like to encourage people who like to wrestle with knotty problems to think about this. So here's a question that our board is currently, continuing to evaluate, reevaluate. Everyone agrees that we should provide LibreOffice for free as download at TDF for all platforms broadly. But should we actually charge for LibreOffice in app stores? Well, these are DRM app stores that stop people from sharing the free software, killing one of your software freedoms. But then against that, we can charge a syntax for this using this horrible route, which we can then spend. Of course, some of it goes to, say, Apple or Microsoft, but that gives us cash, and it gives TDF cash to improve feature function, which then hopefully drives adoption and meets our development goals as well. Or the alternative view is, should we ship it for $0 in the app stores because our adoption goal is more important, and we should be giving things for free to users, and that's more important than development. And it would then be better to have less income and less development in order to get more users and more convenience for those users, so that and bearing in mind, of course, some part of that will come back via donations. So people will donate. We know that's a small part compared to the revenue that actually comes in when they pay for convenience, because we've measured it. But maybe that's a sacrifice worth having. And against that, of course, then convenient access in a DRM app store will then stop people coming to the website for updates. So that may cut into TDS visits and its donations that pay for the staff that do a lot of the work here, and very valuable work in the community. So, but is that worthwhile to get more adoption? Or and will those non-paying users then become future community members who will improve feature function and drive our development goals? Hard to say, right? I have my view, but we need people who are willing to wrestle with these problems and read both sides of these and understand them and engage. So let me encourage you, if you've got a passion for dealing with knotty, difficult problems, to stand or consider standing for the board and wrestling with us with those. So anyway, let me talk about some of the other things we've done sort of outside the sphere of the App Store revenue there and feeding that back into improving Mac. So Italo talked winsomely about the LibreOffice technology. It's used in all sorts of places, many of them you can't see, but one popular use is for indexing or converting documents. So we're really thrilled with NLNet to have been able to implement this indexing exporter that generates not just a text output of a document, but also where that text is in the document, so that we can then render thumbnails of it and provide results that look pretty. So you can see which shape or which paragraph in its context the thing was in, rather than sort of converting to HTML and losing so much richness as part of that. So that's kind of cool new feature. Hopefully will drive adoption. One of the things I'm most pleased about is, well, I have a passion for improving performance, and many regression and breakage is down to this that we've subsequently fixed. But either way, having an economic incentive to optimize the software is just really cool, so that we can, actually people want to make it faster and better and more beautiful. And so loads of stuff came from online here in terms of caching sidebar panels, faster switching, faster dash line rendering, better image scaling. You can read the things here, but lots of stuff. And all of that's in the core, of course. All of that improves LibreOffice for everyone. And of course, lots of other core optimizations, faster text rendering. We want this thing to be snappy and quick and beautiful, the best Office suite for interactivity that's out there. Now, one of the funny things here was typing fast. So we get users who just like to mash the keyboard to test collaborative editing. And it turns out you can type 10 times as fast as a normal typer if you just do this on the keyboard, which is cool. But it turned out that actually the dominant cost of rendering that, far more than anything else we saw, was rendering this absolutely beautiful B-spline subdivided into 2 pixels high. It's with all of these control points. And 90% or so of our CPU time rendering in a document with this in it was just rendering those red squiggles, which is kind of silly. And actually, when you see a large calc spreadsheet with misspelled strings in it, that's another cost that's happening there and has now been fixed, contributed back. So great for everyone. X-ray. So it's really important that people understand how their documents work, particularly when they're scripting or writing things around the Office suite. And so we really were thrilled to have the TDF donors, thanks to the board and the executive for getting tendering fixed, fund building an X-ray-like document inspection tool into LibreOffice 7.2, so that you can learn the UNO API, you can see how your document's structured, and you can easily write and debug and see what's going on, which is just fantastic. And you can see all of the properties then of your Office suite. It's not reveal codes, which is the WordPerfect desire, but it's pretty nice to be able to see absolutely everything that's going on there that is exposed through the API. And just thanks to being able to do that. That's great. What else? So user experience. So there's a whole load of little tweaks, particularly improving things in the sidebar. You'll see, this FontWorks sidebar panel there. And much of that is driven by the desire to have these mobile panels there, because we wrap the sidebar in clever ways to provide our mobile user experience, one-handed user experience. So that's pretty cool. What else? So style preview rendering, just to make it easier to select, the style that you want. Really, really nice to be able to see what it's going to look like. Great to be able to contribute that, and of course shared with online. One of the nice things about working at Collabora, I hope, is Hack Week projects. So from time to time, when the customer craziness is not as bad as it is normally, or we've just managed to get a big release out, and people have been working really hard. We just love to give people a Hack Week and say, go and work on anything you like in LibreOffice. Just do something cool. And so this is just an example of Tomasz or Quickie's Hack Week project to provide a heads-up display to allow you to rapidly search for commands to do the thing you want to do, but you can't find the toolbar button or the icon or whatever it is that does that. That's kind of cool. Just try that with Shift Escape in your LibreOffice. Other things we love to, we do a whole load of work on interoperability. We have wonderful interoperability. LibreOffice's interoperability is better than any other implementation out there outside of Microsoft, let's say. And it has an incredible history of unwinding and disentangling horrors in the file formats we have to work with there. But there's always something more. So this is a great fix by actually I think Sarpa. To improve how headers and footers round trip to PPTX. Here's some work from Mike Kagansky, I think, on multi-column text layout and Impress. Something really, really cool there. Thanks to co-investment from Susa. This is a really big problem, but Susa really helped us focus on that and fund part of it. Miklosh's Hack Week, doing bottom to top, left to right text. Very important if you have a box that does that. Another customer here, so TÜBİTAK is a research institution in Turkey, which does lots of great things. And so Mohammed and Miklos together have got this project put together to improve how the bibliography references work and just make them much more usable and intuitive and powerful, which is cool. Another example here of a partnership is with New and Off, Cornhouse's business, making visible digital signatures in Draw so that you can see your documents being signed and sign it, I guess, in an elegant way. Another interoperability win is getting custom geometry and image effects. So Gulsha has been working hard on this, and really, really nice to see that, and a whole load of effects going there as well that I can't show you. And again, thanks to Susa. Cached fields, so your calendars interoperate. This is one of my favorites. So we have a competitor out there with a fork of LibreOffice that contributes relatively little back upstream, that had a feature, a custom proprietary feature that would then stick a line, in your header to try and achieve this and fiddle with some code. We took a different approach to implement, the feature properly, put that in the core, add the user experience for that, make sure it interoperates nicely, and to get that back into LibreOffice for everyone's use. And we'd like to encourage you to use suppliers that contribute. So why bother showing all these contributions? I mean, lots of people do amazing things for LibreOffice. The volunteers are doing cool things out there every day. I'm sure, if you're here and watching, you've done cool things for LibreOffice. Well, it's a good question. Some people differentiate from their competitors or some suppliers with proprietary value adds. But really, we want to encourage customers to select a supplier, based on competence and competence proven by actual contribution. We think that's the best way to get virtuous cycles of actually contributing and growing competence there. And so, another reason is, I guess, to remind people that as TDF wrestles, it's wrestling at the moment to work out who pays for what and how we can make this economically sustainable. It's really helpful to remember that the customers and partners really help drive our mission. All of this stuff is paid for by customers. If we were all unemployed tomorrow, we would still probably, many of us would do things for LibreOffice because we love the project. But we wouldn't be able to do nearly as much as we can do with funding. Speaking of which, one of the things we're thrilled about is to have moved Mimo now to a proper supported base now here with a stack of people, and thanks to all of the people in the community that have made the case and helped there for a long time. So with Atos and Arawa, Collabora is thrilled to be able to, for a start, port the sort of 160-ish patches to the oldest branch to make sure that this is a secure and safe deployment, as well as actually fixing these things and shipping this bespoke version of LibreOffice for the French ministries. So great to be able to do that together. I think it's another example of a sort of distribution of LibreOffice that is built on the technology and is great for all of those users. So hey, talk briefly about Collabora Online. And some of the performance work that we've done in that. I've got a 30-minute talk on Friday, so I'm going to skip the slide just to show you how much hard work we've done to really, zero in on performance and improve that massively. Some of the nice things I mentioned, the bringing Draw to online font work is pretty fun. Making Draw a useful piece of that product. Just nice features everywhere. It's very hard with so much done in a year. And again, Core will have a talk on what we've done in the last year to try and make that expand on this. There's really a lot's happened. Another important thing that we heard was that more documentation was wanted to be open. So we've opened up our much of our documentation. So there's the SDK there now. You can search it. There's all sorts of installation help, API documentation. So it's just very easy to now write and improve an integration and make that. But it's very easy to write an integration anyway. But we've made it substantially easier there by opening that up. And we're just really grateful for all of the people that have contributed code, who are not from Collabora, and of course those who contributed translations. Absolutely wonderful to have people come and help us out, in our mission to get digital sovereignty back in your hands, so you can control your own documents, data, workloads, network, and software. So I'm not going to go on about it a lot, but we'll have a little conference dedicated to that after the LibreOffice conference in next week. So there you go. 8 years of Collabora productivity. Well, by affiliation last year, something like 4,000 commits out of 13,000. That's actually decreasing. So if you look at the proportion of Collabora commits, it's gone down significantly since last year, which I think is a concern that some people had, that Collabora was too large. So hopefully that is starting to be addressed, and it's important that we can all build successful businesses that really contribute around the LibreOffice technology, and get more diversity and more people working there. People often ask me what percentage of TDF, like there's a whole load of commits there, but the document foundations, volunteers, and donors have paid for some proportion of that. So, it's around 5% of our revenue this year, so far this year, and about 1% last year. So I just provide that as sort of guidance on that pie chart. But every 5% is welcome. It really is, wonderful to have TDF as a customer. Other ways we serve, well, there's a lot of places we serve. On the board, I was encouraging people to stand there earlier. Let me encourage people to stand for the membership committee. Mohammed Kara has now moved on to other things, but he's served us on the membership committee for much of the year. On the ESC, of course, funding with cash donations from Collabora. And, well, I think probably the biggest thing that we do is every day we tell people about the LibreOffice technology. We tell people about the goodness of open source, free software, how to get involved, and how to, I guess, free their systems and get that advantage built on top of that technology base. So there's a big old sales and marketing effort there. On our team, something like 37 committers in the last 12 months to Collabora Online and also the LibreOffice Core. and lots of people behind the scenes. Elisa, you heard about from Italo, writing, creating beautiful graphics. But William doing sysadmin for us and helping with marketing, and lots of people whose names you never see in terms of finance and HR and support behind the scenes. So yeah, do consider joining us. We have a whole load of a job. Well, I say we have a whole lot of job. We have one job offer at the moment, which is for a marketing manager. So we'd love to, if you have skills in marketing and you'll have excellent English, then please do look at that. But otherwise, Collabora is hiring. We love to have sharp people join our team and deliver on all of our many things we do. Here are some of the team that we try to. We'd love to be with you, but things being what they are, it's hard. And here are my conclusions. So, well, it's our mission applied. It's what we do every day. We try and make open source rock and make that LibreOffice technology rock. We want to liberate people's documents, get them collaborating, in a safe and federated way on their own infrastructure with workloads and servers that they control, networks they control, and get their privacy back. Everything we do, and I've said this a lot more in previous years, so let me just labor this point a little bit. It's very easy to assume that software writes itself, that, quotes, the community magically does things. But the community actually is made up of people, and many of those people are paid for by our customers and partners, whether it's our company or others around the system, the ecosystem. It's important that people pay for something, because without that, we can't do what we do. Conversely, our customers and partners rock. They're awesome. They make possible everything that we do. We can't do anything without them. And of course, we can't do it without our staff too. So thank you to all the staff who've done, extremely hard work this year. And the community that works alongside us, it's a privilege and a pleasure to work alongside, many of you. And thank you for making it fun. It's really appreciated, the encouragement and goodness that comes from seeing people jump in and contribute. That's just great. In terms of our branding, that's one of our only assets, and it drives the leads and the credit that funds the fun for our customers and partners. Beyond that, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to sponsor the LibreOffice Conference. We're really missing seeing you in person. Hopefully next year we'll be able to meet up and chat and talk about all the things on your mind and go deeper. So thank you so much. That's pretty much it. And if there are any questions, comments, I'll be around in the room. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mike. There is not a question, but there is a comment, let's say. I can't tell the name because it's written in Arab and I'm not able to read it. But the comment is in English. So I just want to say that Collabora sets a very good model. I was thinking about how we can make businesses floss-driven, and the first org that came to my mind was Collabora. The way it does business is a big inspiration to me, and I'm sure it's been an inspiration to many other people and businesses too. Thank you. That's the comment.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a very positive comment. I think it's probably worth saying. There's a mix of views on that, but thank you. I mean, we appreciate encouragement. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing how important that is. To me and the staff. So thank you. We're trying to do the right thing. It's not easy making a business in open source, and and it's a privilege to do it with the community's support. So we really appreciate your help doing that, all of you. So thank you.
I'm really sorry I can't tell you the name of the person, but you can find it in the.
I see that. Yes. Okay. Something like that. Yes. It's great.
So there will be at least kind of 1.5 minutes left, but I can't see any other comment nor question at the moment. So if you want to add something, otherwise I can anyway introduce the next session.
Yeah, no, absolutely fine. I look forward to hearing from Torsten.
With time to do
very good of you. Thanks, guys. All the best.
Okay, so it's almost time. So I think I can introduce the next session from Allotropia. Their keynote is from Thorsten Bernst, our good friend. And so I think I can hand over to him. It's almost time, so we are on time.
I can't hear you, Torsten. I don't know if that's expected, but I'm missing out. So.
To be honest, I'm looking at the list of participants in this room, and
No, we've got Torsten. He's there. He's talking, but we can't hear him. At least I can see Spencer's keynote slides. We get an in-person view, but I can't hear Torsten, which is a tragedy.
He's muted. The video shows he's muted.
Yes, he's muted. Thorsten, please unmute your microphone if you can. Because we can see you, I mean the camera, but it looks like the microphone is muted. And the reason for which I couldn't see his name is it's because he's Hamburg hybrid. It's HH. Okay.
At least here it looks like the connection might be broken. I see a video that is fine, so I guess the indicator is misleading, but in any case, he is still muted.
Oh, Uwe, we can see Uwe.
Yes, indeed. I think the connection works because we can still see live or presumably live video. And I see also a good microphone in the center of the stage, but we can't hear anything since it is muted by the software. And I can't enable, I'm sorry. I can mute, but I can't enable the microphones on
Same
anyone.
here. I had a look, we can't unmute. So not sure, Uwe, Torsten, if you can hear us, but you are still muted. And let me send a note also to the chat room, so maybe the other spot on site and can tell him.
Yeah.
I'll try the telephone. How about that? When you're panicking about your microphone, what you need is a phone call. Torsten, you can't hear anything. We can't hear you, and it's a tragedy. Well, we could see you, but you seem to have wandered out of shot. Yes.
He just wrote on the chat of Jitsi that they are muted, as we are saying, but they wrote getting muted here, but we didn't mute you. Say that by default, everyone who joins the room is muted, unless he or she unmutes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's someone else or what's going on, but we can we can bridge you via the telephone into the I don't know, but probably going to be a bit expensive.
So I just if people could just get the finger off the mute button. As long as I'm staring at the screen, it seems to work now. So it muted again.
Okay, so Torsten unmutes and oh, we can hear you now. Perhaps, presumably.
Yes, I think he joined by the phone, and
okay, I'm going to dial off
everyone else to avoid echo.
So I gave some tips via the chat what it could be, but we actually tested from the venue this morning and it worked without problems. So not on that camera perspective, but in general it worked. We can see you now, but you're still muted.
At a certain point, I heard the Thorsten voice. I thought it was phone call because of the audio quality. But I don't know if it was indeed, because there are so many participants that I couldn't find which was. Maybe it wasn't a phone call and they were able to mute the microphone. I don't know, to be honest.
No, it was a phone call because I had Torsten on speaker, but then it started to feed back, and I assumed that meant they got their audio through, so cut it off.
Okay, so it was your microphone introducing his voice. Okay.
Yeah.
Can people hear me now? Actually,
Yes. Woohoo. Yep.
The problem with this way is the echo, Michael. You should mute not your microphone but your speakers probably. And Thorsten, please go on.
something is auto muting. Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Speak to this microphone.
Kannst du mal eben auf den
Oh.
Speaker ausmachen?
Now it's
Okay,
perfect.
we can hear you. We can hear you. But, no.
Ja,
So.
probieren wir es so. Aber was der Auto-Muting macht. Okay, great. So, I hope you can hear me now. We found a fallback solution with two different video and audio coming from different devices. I hope that
It works perfectly. It was perfectly. The audio quality is really good. Thank you for solving. And please.
Yeah, thanks Uwe for sharing his bandwidth here. I don't know. So that's the first time really that happened to me, that it kept muting itself for whatever reasons. Hopefully we can fix that over have some more trials in the background and fix that for the remaining talks. Apologies for the technical difficulties. I'm very, very happy to be able to present today for a number of reasons. We are here in Hamburg in a small spot with a number of people already, a few more still arriving. Travel is not easy these days, and I'm still glad that at least smaller events with meetings are possible again. I'm honored to be speaking here as one of the LibreOffice Conference sponsors. I'm here today in a new role as owner, founder, and executive director of Allotropia. So in that role, just if you grant me a few minutes to introduce the company, which is live and kicking since January this year, so very young company, not even a year old. We're based in Hamburg, from where the Star and OpenOffice code and product originated. Shareholders and leadership team, that's me for the development, strategy, and operations side, and that's my former boss, Uli Brandner from the CIB, where I was working with my team for the last 5 years. Who's running the investment side and also the sales side. Yeah, we're a spin-off from CIB. Essentially, we took the free and open source team and spun it out into a separate company with a focus really purely on free and open source software, and of course with a focus on LibreOffice. That's what we do. Where we are a core team right now of 7 people, all certified LibreOffice developers in total. That amounts to more than 70 years of collective experience with that code base. Really core competencies in C++ development, like really hacking the core of the product, but also Java, both client side and the server side. With everything that belongs to that, integration, engineering, binding it up, wrapping it up with LibreOffice, integrating it on a desktop, but also Python and BASIC. We also do deployment and migration support. We are active predominantly in the ODF standardization, but also in OXML. And we do DevOps and our development processes as state-of-the-art, as listed here. Our partners, obviously, CIB, we're still very, very close to my old company. as partners for investment and sales, and also for consultancy and scaling, just in case if there's the massive consultancy gig. CIB itself is kind of large company in comparison, more than 180 employees, more than 30 years old, 23 million euro turnover, 2019, and with a focus really on document management, in whatever shape and form. Recently also growing in the AI-supported area in many ways, from text recognition to speech recognition to more in that area, but it's all circling around document management. Second partner, Michael already mentioned it, Collabora Productivity, both Collabora Online and Mobile, very important partnership for me, both for product and technology, so that when we go to customers here in the German-speaking world, that we can offer the full stack. Most have partners for training and migrations, all of them from the wider LibreOffice ecosystem, so that we can offer the full stack, the full spectrum of services all around free and open source Office suites. So essentially what we offer is two products. First is consulting, which is the classic open source, when you have a free product, the classic open source way to do business. So we work on the code, we integrate third parties, we implement features, we do bug fixing, we also do trainings, predominantly development trainings. We also do long-term support, and we have a support channel to help users, end users, but also developers at the customer. The second product is LTS versions, which is we're still running this under the CIB brand. So LibreOffice powered by CIB with versions for desktop, Windows and Linux, volume licenses there. We also do changes, feature development, obviously, for that version, and ship, and that's the main point, regular security updates. The version is also available in the Windows Store. Yes, and we are members of a number of organizations. The most important ones listed here: Open Source Business Alliance, kind of German business lobby group, OASIS as a member, and pushing the ODF standard there. And of course, we are involved both as persons, me, for example, on the board, others as developers and contributors elsewhere, but also we are in the advisory board, and another way of helping and sponsoring and giving back a little bit to LibreOffice. Yes, all of that, and of course, I'm most happy to be able to be here, not alone, but with my team.
Du bist auf YouTube nicht zu sehen.
Okay.
Probieren wir es mal hier.
I'm just, I hear that I'm not, I hope I'm at least audible. The visuals are perhaps less important. The sound is much more so.
Thorsten, we can't hear you anymore, or at least I can't. Even if I see that Uwe's microphone is still unmuted, so we should continue listening, but something happened. Indeed, no more sound. I think they're trying to share properly the slides. In the meanwhile, I can explain that the reason for which people watching the video, the streaming from YouTube, for example, they are probably not not watching the slides, and the reason is that for some technical problem, Uwe had to share his microphones from his mobile phone, so that user pops up, and so and it has no video because the video is from another source probably. So that's my understanding, at least. Anyway, Thorsten, we can't hear you. I don't know, Michael, if you can call him or someone of them there.
I'll call Uwe.
Okay.
Oh, but I get lots of German I didn't understand. No, that's not working. I'll call Thorsten again. Was it?
These are the glitches of having, a hybrid conference, and unfortunately, we are experiencing some problem.
Könnt ihr mich hören?
Yes, we can hear you. We hear you and we see Torsten's picture right now. And now the audio seems to be cut off again. I think it was Uwe speaking, but the connection was really bad, I would guess. And that matches what we see here in Jitsi. Not such a good connection. So in any case, I think we can then later upload the slides and also a video if required. But if you can hear us in Hamburg, I don't know if you have any ways to connect via cable, if that would help. It looks like a connectivity issue, at least in parts. So maybe that would help. And apologies for the inconveniences, obviously.
So Uwe, thanks, Thorsten. So Uwe is trying again, and apparently it's a very aggressive muting or something, or kicking configuration that's causing grief.
Again, if I'm not wrong, the default behavior is that when you join the room, your microphone and your camera is automatically muted, but it's up to you to unmute them. And from my side, I didn't mute anyone, at least in the last 10 minutes. I see Uwe is trying to fix this. It's a pity.
I think from here, there's little we can do at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have any video pre-recorded, because otherwise we could have played back it, but we don't.
Indeed, and I see a bit of movement, but the connection seems really bad with the picture quality and the frame. So my guess it's an upstream problem from the internet connection in Hamburg. That is what Jitsi suggests here. But maybe,
but usually, the audio is the last thing to go away. Usually, when the connection is poor, the video
is
is.
Is there a dial-in Thorsten can use? I mean, that would work, presumably.
A dial-in, you mean?
A dial-in?
No, I fear not. I'm thinking if you can redo.
Call Thorsten and Bridget, that might work. I mean,
Yes, but then please mute the speakers because of the echo.
Maybe we can reschedule the presentation, and I look at if there is a spot in the schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, they were thinking of that. That could work, or with a recording to have a fallback, so we can play the video. That could work.
I think another spot would be fair. I think we should definitely do that.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to hear what Thorsten has to say, honestly, and it's really, well, what can we do?
So I think for the moment let me check the schedule. I think the next talk is already at 1, so there is likely
10 minutes.
Ad hoc very little we can do, but indeed rescheduling is something to consider. Definitely. The slot. So I can try after the time for that slot. I think now they are completely left, or are they? Can try to ring them up. If we find another slot, maybe Italy, we can coordinate when it would work. There is
I can move one of my presentation and create a slot in the closing session, which makes sense, just to have a similar position in the.
Yeah.
But you mean that you would postpone your next session?
No. I schedule another
slot.
session, another slot from
Thorsten.
From Thorsten, yes, during the closing session, and I move one of my presentation, which is about sustainability, in the morning of Friday. No, in the morning of Saturday. Sorry. So at noon on Saturday. In this way, we don't have.
But at noon on Saturday, there is already another session from Thorsten.
Yeah, but in the morning there is room 2 is free, and I can reschedule or re-add the keynote at 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Let's coordinate on something, and we will announce changes or updates to all the channels, so you get it via IRC and Telegram and Matrix and all that. So we will try to reschedule. We will chat with Thorsten and try to shift in the program and have another replacement slot for the keynote, so we can do it again. Apologies for that.
No, I basically have already updated the schedule, so it's going to be ready as soon as the next session is over. I will update. But let tomorrow morning do a test with.
Now we hear you perfectly in Hamburg. I'm not sure if you can hear us, but now you were perfectly audible with a bit of distance, but the audio was not breaking up, and at least the still picture looks fine.
Then let's try that.
Looks much better. Yes. Hello.
Did you tether with some microphone?
Okay, so we can also hear you, so we can have an actual conversation.
Right.
At least if the network holds up.
Much better now. Yep.
Okay, so should we continue, or what's the general notion?
I say that you have 7 minutes if you want to say something, but we were thinking about postponing.
Counter proposal. Looking at the schedule, shall we just start again and skip the break at 2:30 Berlin? There's a break after Italo's talk, so we could just start again, run into the break, and basically skip the break for today, if that works for you, Thorsten, and for you, Italo.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
So then let's just continue again. Then we have the time.
What I suggest, from my point of view, is that while Italo will have his talk, you could try sharing the slides, because I mean it's cool to have the picture of the camera which watch you and the projected image, but I think it's not the best condition to read the slides. So in the meanwhile, you could think, if you wish, to try sharing the screen and for us, obviously, and continue projecting the image for the people standing there. But this is just my opinion. And I see many people asking for that.
So what about, so I think it's probably always a bad idea to shift things around on short notice, but if there's this gap, reschedule the keynote into the gap. Is that what you're proposing?
So that's one option. The other option is that you just start again straight away, and that means all the talks will be shifted by half an hour, and that is exactly the time of the gap. So you keynote now, basically starting at 2 Berlin time. The talk planned at 2 will be shifted to 2:30, and then we continue with the regular schedule at 3. So either you do it now, or you can fill the gap, whatever works for you.
I would suggest to.
My gut feeling would be to reschedule it into the gap, because there might be people coming to see Italo and the certification thing. And then it's really like short notice now.
Okay, then let's do that. Let's reschedule it to 2:30 Berlin or 12:30 UTC. And if you want, we can move to the LibreCon social room to test the setup again.
I didn't quite get the proposal with the slides. So we have the small issue here that we have a separate laptop for the slides and some kind of streaming laptop. So technically, but we can try to put the slides on the other laptop if that helps.
Yes, the idea was anyway to share the screen instead of taking the video from the camera, just because it's also because of the quality of the video, maybe because of the connection, but it's really hard to read. Imagine that some personal thoughts is readable, but just because it's huge, I think that smaller writings wouldn't be readable. That's it.
The reschedule, Thorsten, would be in just before the closing session, so in a similar position at 4 p.m. on Saturday.
No, wait. No, the plan is different for today, Italo. Today we have a break after your talk is next at 2, and the proposal is to in 3 minutes you start with your talk about certification. Straight after that talk, there's not a break but the keynote, and then we directly continue with the talks. That would be the proposal. So we continue normally, but we schedule it. Basically, we reshift the keynote by 1 hour.
Okay.
So from 1:30 Berlin to 2:30 Berlin, if that works for you, Thorsten.
Okay, that would work for me, and I think that's probably the least worst option. And then we can maybe tweak a bit, maybe on the social channel, we can tweak a bit on the video and setup here.
Great.
Right, then I will announce that on the channel. So we continue with Italo, and after Italo's talk, Thorsten's keynote follow, and then after that we split in the 3 rooms with the regular tracks.
Exactly.
Okay. I'll announce it on the channels. Thanks, everyone.
For me, then we go offline here and improve the setup, and see you in an hour then.
Okay, let me thank you, Thorsten and Uwe, and all the people there for this attempt.
In half an hour, Thorsten. In half an hour.
Indeed, I hope that you'll be ready.
Not in an hour, at 2:30.
In a half hour from now, but 1 hour from the scheduled, timetable. By the way, okay, within a half hour, we will have again the Allotropia keynote from the Hamburg Hybrid conference site. And again, thank you for attempting, and I hope you'll be able to solve those problems within the half hour in which our beloved Italo will have his next session, which is announcement about LibreOffice certification. He will probably explain that we have a certification program, and I learned from his previous speech that something is going on with LPI, which is something really interesting, and so I think that I can. It's time to hand over to Italo and introduce his speech. Thank you.
Okay, just as a side note, I've already updated the schedule, so the schedule it's updated. refresh your mobiles to see the mobile app, to see the new schedule with the new timing for
I can confirm I just refreshed the page on my browser and I can see that indeed now there is your session, and the next one is a Lotopia keynote, and then directly, strictly without any break, we will split in 3 rooms and then so on.
Okay. Okay, so there are a few new things happening around LibreOffice certification. Let me start from an overview of which is the situation today. We have a certification going on since a few years. This certification was started in a rather silent mode, just because we wanted to see if it was working. It was the project was as we designed it, was okay. So we started to certify individuals for their commitment and contribution. And we started certifying people in basically three areas: development and support, level 3 support, migrations, and training. So the objective of this certification, which is actually the running certification, but from tomorrow it will be slightly different, where to increase the perceived quality of the ecosystem, allow skilled community members to sell value-added services around LibreOffice, and on the other end, free the individual responsible for the migration to LibreOffice from the global responsibility of the project. So if you are, manage a migration or a deployment of LibreOffice with the help of certified people, this reduces your burden in terms of responsibility inside the company. It's a mechanism that all the people that are familiar with the process have experienced. What is peculiar about LibreOffice certification is that it's the first and still the unique one, the only one from an independent free office, free and open source software community. The other certification are from a company, and of course they are seen by the company as a source of revenue and a source of affiliation or stronger relationship. So we have developed a different certification model, which is working, I would say, rather well, but we have found some spots where it can be improved, and we are working in that area. The certification is a way of regulating the quality of value-added services and to ensure that these services are conform to transparent criteria. Of course, certification is different between developers and other migrators and trainers. The program in general is overseen by the board of directors through a certification committee. The certification is just recognizes the competence, but it's not binding for the document foundation for the actions of the individual. So if you are certified, you are responsible for what you're doing. And so the quality and the of the value-added services is a responsibility of the certified individuals. The certification path has always been easier for TDF members, and it will become not just easier, but shorter in the future for TDF members. So individuals are certified based on criteria set by the Engineering Steering Committee for Development, and basically the criteria is quality of the code you are committing, and by the Certification Committee for Migrations and Trainings. The prerequisites are defined and are updated by the Certification Committee. Certification lasts for 24 months from the time of the appointment, and is automatically renewed if the activity is ongoing. In the case of lack of activity, certified professionals will be requested to go through a new certification review. So far, apart from developers, in some cases, developers that were certified were not contributing anymore to the project, so their certification has expired. But for migrations and trainings, all the people are still active around the project. So for the time being, all the certification for migrations and trainings have been renewed automatically, and most of the certification for development have been renewed automatically. The certification committee, I'm chairing the committee together with Lothar Becker, who is also the Document Foundation chairman. Members of the certification committee are Sophie Gauthier, Olivier Allot, Marina Latini, Gustavo Pacheco, Eric San, and Franklin Wang. Eric and Franklin are from Taiwan, Olivier and Gustavo from Brazil, Sophie from France, Lothar from Germany, myself and Marina and myself from Italy. Then we have 3 developers, Jan Olesowski, Stefan Bergman, and Torsten Behrens. We definitely need to add some people to the members, especially for migrations and trainings. Just to summarize, is the profile of a certified developer. So of course, is able to develop new features, research solutions, and let's say that the profile of a certified developer, the profile of a senior developer. A senior developer who is contributing on a rather stable basis to LibreOffice. A migration professional is able to coordinate the enterprise migration process, and it's basically a project manager for the migration process. May not be able as an individual to provide all the skills that are needed, but is able to create a team and develop a team for the certification. A trainer, of course, is able to teach the use of LibreOffice at different levels and to develop training materials. Is also able to help fighting resistance to change, and is also able to explain the advantages of free open source software over proprietary solutions. This is something which is rather important. So certified people are brand ambassadors at the end. If someone who's certified is not able to give valuable support for migration and training. And this, of course, includes development, because development is key for migrations. This will reflect badly for the LibreOffice project. So, and this is, of course, the reason why if someone's performances, certified professional performances, are not reflecting the expected quality, we will not renew the certification. As I said, so far, this didn't happen, apart from people leaving the project for personal reasons or for work-related reasons. And this will also happen in the future. We will maintain the level of attention on quality in the future as well. Let's say that during the last couple of years, we have seen an increase in the number, an increasing interest in certification, especially for migrations and trainings. We have seen an increasing interest. In some cases, people were reflecting the prerequisites, and therefore either they've been certified or they're waiting to be certified at the next certification review. There are a few people who are just waiting for the date we will set the certification review. Other people were applying for reasons that were not related or not specifically related to certification as we were intending, which is high-level professional certification. But where, in any cases, we're asking to be certified for good reasons, because they were using the certification to develop the LibreOffice presence in a market, in an area, or they were wanted to organize some activities in schools or universities. So looking at this evolution of application, there are a few new things that are happening around certification. The first one, and this is, of course, one of the reasons why Linux Professional Institute is sponsoring the LibreOffice Conference, we will start working with the Linux Professional Institute. Of course, at the moment, we will work with them to extend the reach of LibreOffice certification and to start providing LibreOffice certification for end users. The Document Foundation will never be able to provide certification for end users because of the numbers. Working with LPI, we will leverage each other competence to improve certification for end users of desktop productivity. So we will start discussing and working together at the syllabus for the certification and also at the contents of certification. In the future, when we will have face-to-face conferences, the idea is also to organize end-user certification sessions at the conference, and these sessions will be managed by LPI. The reality is that LPI and Document Foundation speak the same language. Our objective is to increase the penetration of free open source software through certifying people, recognizing people for their skills. Of course, we have just started the collaboration, so we will there will be updates. We will probably start meeting on a regular basis with LPI to discuss the activities, and there are 3 talks by LPI representatives during the conference. One is tomorrow, and the other 2 are on Saturday morning. So if you are curious about LPI or want to ask questions about LPI, I invite you to attend these sessions. Then there are a few updates that we have. We will implement as TDF. So there will be a basic LibreOffice certified level of certification. And to access, and this will be a first step, which will be compulsory for everyone apart from TDF members. So we are developing, and actually we have created a training syllabus for this level. We will create training videos. So to access the LibreOffice certified entry level, you will have to attend training videos through which will be provided through Udemy. The choice of Udemy, it is because it is looks like almost a standard for certification. If you find on Udemy certification trainings for Microsoft, Oracle, and many other software, and these classes will have a cost, not a high cost, and the benefit will go to the Document Foundation business entity. Of course, we will be happy to provide this training for free in geographies where the people have not an income which is enough to pay for the Udemy, or which makes paying the Udemy online classes too expensive for them. So we will be happy to work with applicants to solve this problem, but definitely we want to increase the number of people that is certified, but by doing this, we need to have a basic certification level, which is not the current professional level. So we will keep migration professional and professional trainer as the certification level for people that have hands-on experience in migrations and trainings. People with LibreOffice certification, so with a basic level, will be able to apply for professional certification after 1 year from the first review, but they have to get experience on a specific project. So in that year, they have to work on a migration project, they have to work on a training project, and they have to provide extensive documentation about the project. This again is extremely important. We are happy to recognize that you have worked on a project, but if we don't get the documentation about the project, so how you have accessed, how you have managed the migration, how you have managed the training, and of course, if your documents are owned by a company because you are working for a company, we are happy to look at different documents that you provide on a specific basis for being certified, but we need the documents to certify you. Only TDF member with full prerequisites, so they have to be compliant with prerequisites, so they have to be professional, they have to have hands-on experience on migrations and trainings, can directly access professional certification. If a TDF member has no prerequisite compliance, it will have to go through the LibreOffice certified process as any other person. Last difference, we will create and certify people as professional trainers on single application. So there will be a LibreOffice writer, professional trainer, Calc, Impress, Draw, Base, and Macro professional trainer. Of course, if your skills are horizontal, you will get the LibreOffice professional trainer title as before. We will also create certification titles for senior migration professional and senior professional trainer for the certified professional who contribute as volunteers to the certification project. So the people that are on the certification committee will see their title becoming senior migration and senior professional trainer, but also other people and we expect and we hope that there are other people who will be contributing to the certification project will get that title. Of course, we will update all certification-related documents to reflect all what I've said so far. Something is already in place. Something will be in place soon on the certification area on the web. I'm also working and I will start releasing incremental version of an index of documents which can be used for certification. We used to have a bibliography on the website. The bibliography is still there, but many links to documents have expired. So at the moment, the bibliography is not linking to any document. The suggestion is to search for the documents because they may have moved in the websites. But that bibliography will be implemented with additional documents that have been published during the last 10 years. And not only, there will be an index for all the videos, the training videos that are covering LibreOffice. There are many training videos which are freely available online, and there will be an index. I've already started. I think I've indexed around 300 videos, and so I will, in the next few days, I will publish that index, but it will be implemented further during the next months, and also I will start publishing the bibliography with the name of the documents, and hopefully links to the documents when these links are stable enough to be uploaded to the network. So these are the announcements about the LibreOffice certification. The idea is to have all these in place during the first at different stages between during the last quarter of 2021 and the first quarter of 2022. So between October and March 22. Thank you for listening, and if there are questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, you can write me and Lothar in the future. We will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Italo. You are on time as usually. To be honest, you are also early, and we have still 4 minutes. I can't see any question in the chat room. There is a comment. To be honest, I asked the person who wrote this comment if he wants me to cite it, mention, but he didn't answer. By the way, it was about LPI and Udemy, so it was a consideration about that. No problem for that. And I can also testify that Udemy is really common, is really well known for almost every kind of stuff and training courses for most of especially in IT field. And then I can say that I would love to be a senior certified professional, and I hope that I will be able to apply for that. And no more question, no comments and at all. So I can say in the meanwhile that there is around 180 people watching at the moment. We are really glad and really honored to have such an audience, and I want to personally thank all these people attending and watching via our numerous, let's say, streaming channels. And it's almost time. We still have 3 minutes. I don't know if we have someone from LPI in the room. Probably not, because could have been an option to have some kind of opinion from them. If so, please unmute your microphone, but I don't think we have any. Wait. At LPI, we are happy about the collaboration that we formally started with TDF. We are proud of it too. I'm happy to see this finally happen. It's been in the works for a while. And it's very interesting challenge, Shinji. I'm reading in real time comments that come from the room 1 chat room. And I remember to everyone that we have these chat rooms which are cross-bridged between Matrix and Telegram and IRC. So no matter which one you choose, the messages will be cross-posted to every one of those channels. Cesar can join. Would be great. The time is running out, but just 1 minute. I don't know if Cesar is already in the room, but I can see him. Unfortunately, we didn't prepare this, so I'm sorry. We are here. Oh, you don't have access to the room. Oh, I'm sorry, really, really a lot. I mean, we didn't prepare this, so we didn't grant you access. I'm sorry. At least for LPI people in the Telegram room, but okay. But anyway, the time is over, so I don't know if there will be other sessions. Probably they will, except for, their own presentation, which can be anyway an option and an opportunity to hear their voices. And Idol is doing a great job. Okay, thank you. So I think that it's time now to hand over to Hamburg to our dear Thorsten. I hope they solve their problems in connection and audio and video and so on. From my side, I can already see and hear some noise from Hamburg site. I can see the image projected. So, Thorsten, are you there?
So, hi everyone. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can. Lovely.
Awesome. Yeah, so the hope is we solved the at least the most pressing technical issues. We're still not super happy with the image quality, so I hope that the slides are visible. I think most of that slide content I will just talk over, and it's probably not crucial if you can't see the small print there, and I will of course also upload the slides. So if I may start, or how should we proceed?
I would say so.
Okay, great. So, hi everyone. I'm very happy, very pleased to be able to talk to you today. It's a new role for me. I'm now here talking to you as the owner and founder of Allotropia. We're a very young company, so it's even more important to be here on stage. And I will start with the keynote, talking a little bit about the new company. As an aside, you see that, or maybe you even hear that in the background. We're here in Hamburg, hosted by a shared housing project. Thanks for having us, with a small group of German hackers, a few more to come in the next 2 days. And we're trying this hybrid thing for the first time. It didn't quite work out for the first try for this talk, so I hope it's getting better and we're learning and improving as we go. Okay, so without further ado, let's start. Quick introduction, who we are. We are based in Hamburg, just started January this year, so startup, very young company. And we are a spin-off of CIB, my former company. So we essentially just took the free and open source people there, the team spun out a new company and are now exclusively focused on free and open source software. Leadership team, myself, and my former boss, Uli Brandner, who's also co-investor in the new company. Our team right now is a core team of 7 people, certified LibreOffice developers, collectively more than 70 years of experience with the code base. And we do pretty much everything from core development in C++ over to Java, Python, BASIC, including training for other developers for extension or integration development. We do deployments, migrations. We are active in the standardization landscape. So we do mostly ODF, but also a bit of OXML standards work. And we do all this, whatever you have to do to be regarded as modern in terms of DevOps and secure development processes. Our partners, that's why we're here, why we're able to work and provide what we can, because we have strong partners. First and foremost, CIB. The kind of parent company or co-investor, still partner for sales and for consulting, mostly for scaling up if there's a need, the workforce. Pretty solid old medium-sized company in Germany based in Munich, 23 million turnover 2019, more than 180 employees, and doing everything that is in the area of document management recently, also with AI support. Second partner, I'm very happy about that, Collabora. Michael already mentioned it. Very important partnership for us for being able to have a full-featured offering in the product scape for online and mobile. And we're also having a product and technology partnership, and I'm quite happy that that works out for that area. Beyond that, we have partners for trainings and migrations, most, if not all of them, from the wider LibreOffice ecosystem, most of them also certified. So what are we offering? What is actually our business model, which is first and predominantly LibreOffice consulting. So it's the classic, you have a free product or open source product, and you offer services around that, like consultancy, bug fixing, feature development, support, trainings, and that's what we do, and also long-term support. The second product we have is an LTS version, which is still under the CIB brand, which is well established under TDF license. And we have desktop version for Windows and Linux with volume license agreements, and we do custom and bespoke changes in that branch. And of course, which is the major point, we do regular security updates on that version. Additionally, that version is also available in the Windows Store if you like to buy that. Beyond that, we are members or affiliated with a number of organizations. The most important I'd like to list here is Open Source Business Alliance, which is in the German-speaking areas, a lobby organization. We are OASIS member and sponsoring one editor in the ODFTC. And last, but definitely not least, we are affiliated in very, very many ways with LibreOffice and the Document Foundation. I'm on the board. Other people are contributing code, standardization work, other things, both in their paid and in their spare time. And we're also members of the advisory board of the Document Foundation. Right, so that's in all briefness, a quick walkthrough to what Allotropia is doing. I'm not alone. I'm here, and I'm very proud with a team of wonderful people. Some of them here, some of them still coming. Many of them will have talks over the conference, so you can see them on stage either or as pre-recorded, but then chat with them in the coming 3 days. You know all of them. It's Michael, it's Jan Marek, it's Samuel, it's Vasily, it's Armin, and a number of more to come there in the next time. So we're actually growing and hiring for selective positions. Okay, but since I'm not here to sell the company to you, it's mostly just to introduce you to what we're doing. Let me instead use the time and spend a few minutes and a few moments on personal thoughts while I have the stage. Because with the new role here and a bit of time to reflect, and also with discussions we had on the board and discussions we had in the community, I came to think about what it means to be LibreOffice, what it means to be being involved with that code base and with that project for so very many years. And there have been many for me. So I started back in the day. It's a bit more than 20 years ago. I started in spring 2001 at Sun Microsystems, working on OpenOffice. And I've been like purely engineering, nothing much else. So I was a paid engineer working on the code base, and talking to community people, learned about their worries and their problems and their challenges, and also getting quite some insight into how a big corporation works that sponsors an open source project. I moved on to SUSE then, where my responsibilities also grew into standards work, but also still mostly engineering. But I was suddenly on the other side of the fence. So I was in a comparatively small team. I had to talk to this big Sun team, trying to get my code changes accepted. Yeah, that was interesting because it was quite different, and things that I saw I didn't see as a problem before in the Sun role. I did notice actually they are a problem if you are in a different role. And then I moved on again inside SUSE. So I stopped being paid for doing LibreOffice work, and instead was contributing in my free time, and it was in my paid time I was doing other open source work. So that was another change in perspective when suddenly I learned what it means to have very limited time at your hands, and not having the liberty and the privilege to contribute all your paid time. And then again, some change came, and I moved to CAB, and was again, well, not really being paid. So I had to earn, I was leading a team of LibreOffice developers. I had to earn the money, mostly to pay for the team. So again, different perspectives and different roles. And I was growing into sales and marketing and other areas. And then finally, with the start of this year, I founded my own company, and I'm now really responsible for getting the money in to pay the people. And so the latest change is more that of an investor. So taking own money, taking life savings, founding a company, hiring people, paying them to work on OpenOffice and LibreOffice. And again, a change in perspective, and again, surprising insights into problems that I didn't notice were problems before. So bottom line, what I think I'm trying to get across here is that perspectives matter greatly. And everybody has a bias, everybody, and then it includes me. So take whatever I say here, whatever I'm telling you with a big grain of salt. It's hard to imagine, or it's actually it's not easy to walk a mile into some other person's shoes. And I think, but with the experience, with the past experience that I made, it's worthwhile to assume best intentions on the other side. It's probably fair to say that almost everybody who's working in this community is working, as of today, is working here and still around because they care a lot about LibreOffice. They also might care about their personal income, they might care about their investments, but at least one of the motivators clearly is that people care about LibreOffice. So very seldomly things are purely evil. I would rather venture the guess that they're never purely evil, but just things, decisions, ways to do things really differ depending on your role that you're in. And if you find something weird that I'm doing or that my team is doing, then assume that's there for a reason and not because we want to annoy someone or because we're doing something nefarious. And then maybe let's, instead of people being upset and not talking, let's just get into a talk. Good. So to condense that a little bit into something perhaps more tangible, from my experience, what are volunteers doing broadly? So this is more like for the investors and the employees and the staff people among the audience here. Just try to put yourself into the shoes of a volunteer. What is the driving there? What is the problem? Usually, broadly, don't want to say that's always the case. There's always exceptions to that rule, but broadly, volunteers have very limited time at their hands. So what they tend to do is something that is usually not massive, or if it's a massive change, then it's a change they can do bit by bit, little by little, because there's only so much you can do with a complex code base. And just a few hours in the evening, you can't do the level of rework, the level of refactoring, given the same education, the same capabilities, the same smartness, compared to somebody who's doing that 8, 9, 10 hours every day. So that's kind of natural selection there, what volunteers tend to do. But it's important work, and it's work that, on the other hand, most of the paid developers, at least historically, didn't do, because there was no business reason, for example, to do it. So all the cleanups, all the improvements, all the smaller changes that might not get a paying customer to do them, those are wonderful things that our volunteers are doing. On the other hand, the way that the volunteers work, of course, for the paid developers, or for those, or perhaps for TDF as an organization, there's always this: will this volunteer be still around the next year? Will the massive change this person has been doing in their spare time and now once merged, once that lands, will that person still be around and maintain that in half a year or in a year's time, or fix the bugs, the inevitable regressions? So, and that's this tension there that builds up. Why sometimes there's pushback in the review for a massive change, or why somebody thinks that it should be a bit more polished, or it's too risky to merge as one large atomic change, and rather wants it split down and easily reversible if necessary. And on the other hand, the volunteers perhaps being frustrated by this code base still being so complex, and the build still taking so long, and all their spare time energy being sapped by those silly obstacles, and they really don't want to have fun and be productive. Paid contributors. I mean, most of the time you would expect they do what they are told to do. So what their employer or their customers is paying them to do. But as I said, that's probably for almost everybody active in LibreOffice. Most of I would say all the paid contributors are also volunteers, because most of them contribute in their spare time. They go well beyond what I would expect from an employee in answering questions, helping volunteers, reviewing code, talking nicely about LibreOffice, and really working much more than they're paid for. So, and then they're frustrated if they are just put into this bucket of you're just a paid person and kind of not a true volunteer. And I think we're not treating them fairly when we do that. And on the other hand, of course, they are in a privileged position. So when talking to volunteers and assuming that those people would perhaps have the same time and could invest the same amount of work into polishing their code as they can themselves, like expecting the same standards, it's perhaps equally problematic and off-putting for a volunteer. So again, try to put yourself into the other person's shoes, change perspective, try to understand what the other person thinks or drives. Last but not least, investors. To some extent, that's what I am. So I put significant amounts of money into this. So why am I here? Is it just for the money? Or am I just a very charitable person and I don't want to see my life savings back? Well, in reality, it's for me almost exclusively I care deeply about the project and the people and open source, and that was a way for me to continue what I did before, perhaps on a different level with a bit more control. And say in what I do and how I do it and when I do it and with whom. So I'm definitely not here for the money, beyond the fact that, of course, I have a family who needs to eat, and that's my motivation. And I'm pretty sure that's kind of similar to a lot of people who put money into open source, and especially who put money into LibreOffice development. But it's not exclusively so. We had contributors who were probably venture capital driven, and they were purely for the return of investment, which is fair enough. I mean, at the end of the day, that's how the world works. And at the end of the day, if it's not worthwhile putting your money there, then perhaps something is wrong with the project, if there's no future, if there's nothing that can be gained from it. So, and again, but of course, again, then the perspective changes and you realize that if a lot of money is at stake, there perhaps a few decisions, a few things, how you do that, or when you do that, or what you expect in return when you do something, actually changes as well. So again, I'm asking for a bit of understanding that with the change in role, perhaps a few things are more important for me than they were before. But I do promise that I will try to remember the different roles I've been in. And if I forget, please remind me. Okay, so that's all from that bit. And I think the most important, I save for the last, is please, all of you, do enjoy LibreOffice Conference. I will. I hope that we can meet each other in person again the next year. Yeah, let's be careful with each other. Let's stay safe and healthy. I wish you all a wonderful conference. Take care.
Thank you so much, Thorsten. A big applause from me too. Thank you so much for your words. I really understand you, since I am on my own, let's say, from 20, 22 years. Not that big, but anyway, I can partly understand your worries, and I'm with you, and I really share your words. Then, anyway, there are 7 minutes left, and I'm watching if there are any questions, but I can't at the moment see any questions in the chat room, the chat of the room 1, nor in the main chat. So I invite anyone who may want to prompt a question to do it now, possibly on room 1 chat. I don't know if there are questions from the audience there. I heard someone screaming.
So I would, unless there's questions, I'll probably just go on mute here. There's a little bit of background noise. We're in the chat space here.
Oh, I see a question, not in the right place, but by the way, the question is if the company name means something. From Colin.
The company name, yes, absolutely. So it's kind of it's not a real word. It's a made-up word, but it's related to allotropes, which is some way of chemical elements to exist in very different shapes or forms. So I really like that idea. And there's also this buckyball on there was the buckyball on the second slide. Let me quickly call this up. So, for example, carbon comes in different forms. That essentially it's the same element, but it has very different chemical and physical characteristics. For example, diamonds, that's carbon. Graphite, that's carbon as well. Buckyballs is also carbon, which is really what LibreOffice Codebase also shows. So you find LibreOffice in so very many different shapes or forms. Sometimes you don't even recognize it, but it's included in the product or in the software. Sometimes it's obvious. It's LibreOffice that you install, but you install it on your mobile phone, you install it on your desktop, you install it on your server. So yeah, I like that metaphor. So that's where the name came from.
And by the way, I guess it is not a coincidence that the language is C and the carbon is C as well, the very same symbol.
Yeah, I'm sure we can spin a lot of stories around that. So that the good thing with those metaphors is they're quite malleable, and if they're abstract enough, you find lots of connections. But yes, absolutely, C++, that's in there.
Indeed. I can't remember in chemical. It should be 4, the linking possibilities of carbon. So C++ should be C++++, to be chemical equivalent. But jokes apart. Thank you so much. We still have 3 minutes left. Again, there is no questions from the audience there. I guess not. Okay. So I take advantage of this spare time to first of all to say thank you to all the attendees, all the people who is watching this conference in the various streams, and I really like to say thank you, and I wish you a pleasant continuing of the LibreOffice conference. My role is almost ended, and I am going to hand over to Brett Cornwall, who is the next moderator for the room 1. And I have to remember to everyone that from this point on, from now on, the conference will be split in 3 rooms, which have different URLs for the streaming, obviously. So please have a look to the schedule also to see who is coming, which are the next sessions and speeches coming. And so I just hand over to Brett Cornwall. He should be already in the room. Are you there?
Why, yes, I am. Thank you.
Let me just use the opportunity to thank all the moderators. You do a great job, and it's a lot of work, and I would like to thank you for making this conference possible.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. So I just say hello, and I take just 1 second to promote myself. I will have a speech at 13:30, past 3 European time. So within half an hour in room 3, it will be about creating professional templates with LibreOffice Writer. But now it's really time to say goodbye from my side, and I will be moderator again the next days. But now it's time to leave the word and the microphone to Brett. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you for your work. As mentioned, my name is Brett Cornwall, and I am still waking up, to be honest. Let's see. All right, so next we have I Feel the Need for Speed by Noel Grandin. Is Noel here?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, excellent. Is your talk a live one?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Well, I see my work is done.
Okay, can I just start?
Absolutely. Let's see. I will. Yeah, we're all good.
Can you see my first slide?
Yes, everything is good.
Great stuff. Okay, so this is a bit weird talking into a screen, but I'll do my best to do it. I'm talking about the need for speed in LibreOffice.
Real quick, could you raise your volume a little bit? The chat
Sure.
is mentioning that it's a little low.
Let's see what I can do here. How's that? Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's possibly better. Could you give me a good sentence?
Okay. I feel the need for speed.
Excellent. You're all good.
Okay, great stuff. Okay, so I'm talking about some of the work that I've been doing in optimizing LibreOffice. Now, everybody likes things to be faster, and optimizing is something I enjoy doing. But of course,
I apologize once more. It looks like you are sharing your desktop and not the actual slideshow.
Okay, is that better now?
No, we're just seeing the editor menu.
Okay. Okay. Slideshow, do that. Okay. Let's see if I can get it to do a window. There we go. That should be right. Is that better?
Yes, now we're golden. Thanks
okay, great stuff.
Thanks for patience.
Okay, let's see if I can get you. So what we typically aim for is 300 milliseconds or bust. So 300 milliseconds is typically the point at which software starts feeling smooth and slick. It's better to be well under that, but kind of 300 milliseconds is the target. I typically tend to aim for about 100 milliseconds in my own software, just to allow for the cases when things are not as good. So why do I do this? The short answer is that it scratches an itch, and I really enjoy optimizing stuff. And in my general day job, I don't get to do it very often. Maybe once or twice a year if I'm lucky. Also, I really like it when LibreOffice is snappy. I really hate waiting for my computer. I hate it when it interrupts my train of thought because it needs to take a while to think about stuff. I was doing some work on this slideshow earlier, and I happened to notice that, for example, in Impress, when you right-click the context menu on the left-hand side to create a new slide, it takes about a second or so to open and fully display the context menu, which is not great. But I do have to say that there is a lot of disappointment when it comes to trying to optimize software as complicated as LibreOffice. It is a huge undertaking. There's just this mammoth load of software, and you have to punch your way through often several layers to get between the piece that needs the information and the piece that has the information. So often I end up throwing away my attempts. Roughly 80% of my optimization attempts get thrown away before I get to something useful. So about 1 in 5. So you need to be prepared to do this a lot. But take heart, because it does work in the end. If you keep trying and you keep asking people, eventually things will work out. One thing that I have found is that it's wise to stash your attempts. So I either git stash them, or I use git format patch to export them to a patch file, and I'll save them in another folder, because as you're exploring and working your way around, you might often find that Git patches, or I mean, an earlier attempt is a better fit as you figure out things later on. Now, when you do this, recommendations, do the easy ones first. You'll often start optimizing, and I often will do a whole class of optimizations across the whole code base, and I'll always start with the easy ones, because the easy ones get you into the rhythm of things. They let you get some early successes going, which maintains motivation, which is very important when working on a code base as large as LibreOffice. And it lets you slowly adapt whatever optimization you're doing to the code as you grow the optimization and get better and better. And surprisingly, fixing the easy ones often has fixing 2 or 3 easy ones often has just as much impact as fixing a big one. The easy ones often add up to a decent size improvement, and that's partly due to cache effects, which are pretty much what dominates CPU stuff these days. The other thing that I can definitely recommend is having good hardware. And I know this is problematic for a lot of people because good hardware is expensive, but doing optimization without decent hardware is just an exercise in frustration. LibreOffice is not that fast to start with, and once you throw an optimizer or a profile or something on top of it, you will just often find that your machine lags dreadfully, and you won't get yourself into a good flow unless you have at least a decent CPU with between 8 and 16 gigs of RAM, and preferably, actually, pretty much a requirement these days is to have an SSD type hard drive. Now, that's not ideal, because your machine is now no longer representative of the majority of people using LibreOffice, but it's just one of those things. The other thing that I can recommend is using 2 source trees when you're working on LibreOffice. You will often find yourself needing to switch backwards and forwards between optimizing the code and then testing out those optimizations. And it's very, very hard to debug an optimization in an optimized build. It can be done, but it's just frustrating because the source code doesn't always line up nicely with the executed code. The debugger has a more difficult time assigning useful values to things that you want to inspect and stuff. So typically I'll bounce backwards and forwards between trying out an optimization, and then I'll copy that optimization using git diff over into my debug build tree, and I'll compile it there and test it out there and debug whatever issue I'm trying to debug there. And once I've got it working, I'll git diff it again, and then git apply it to my native build tree and see how it's worked out there. One of the things that I worked on over the last year was temporary files. I thought that the temporary file situation in LibreOffice was wonderful, and I've noticed issues a couple of times with temporary files, and it hadn't really stuck in my head until I ran across a particular use case which was trying to load a presentation, Microsoft presentation, and creating hundreds of temporary files in the process. And that when it really became really obvious that our temporary file situation on Windows was not ideal. And the more I dug into this, the more I realized that LibreOffice's idea of a temporary file is closely aligned with the Unix idea of a temporary file, which is great because that's where it came from, but that doesn't line up with how Windows treats temporary files. Now, in the Unix world, temporary files typically live in the /temp file system, and that /temp file system is typically a special magical file system, which is very, very fast and is sloppy in the sense that it will lose data if the machine dies. And that's fine because they're temporary files. But Windows doesn't have this concept of a /temp file system. It has temporary folders, but inside those temporary folders, those files are normal. The way to make a file from the Windows perspective, a magical fast temporary file, is to pass in file attribute temporary, which actually works really, really well. When you pass in file attribute temporary, Windows will then say, okay, great, this file can live in memory and it doesn't have to get flushed to hard drive. And if it dies, well, that's just too bad. So I made that small change, and that didn't make as much difference as I thought. And then I had to dig through the code a bit further, and then I discovered that we were closing these temporary files and reopening them. Now on Linux or Unix, this is great, it works fine because it lives on a special file system, so opening and closing it is really irrelevant. But on Windows, the moment you close it, it becomes a real file, and then it gets written out to the hard drive, and then the slowness kicks in. So we had to unwind that change that closed and opened things on Unix, which was probably there for back in the early days when file handles were a really, really scarce resource, but is no longer an issue with today's machines. So that got us better. However, it was still not as fast as it was on Windows as it was on Linux. So I did some more digging, and as it turns out, we use our normal file handling infrastructure when we deal with temporary files, but our normal file handling infrastructure will flush files when that file object dies, which is great for normal files. It is terrible for temporary files. The moment you flush, Windows says, oh, you really must want this data, and then it writes it to hard drive. So we had to pass in a special flag down to our file handling infrastructure to say, when this is a temporary file, you don't need to flush it on close. And then finally, we reached the promised land where temporary files on Windows are pretty much as fast as they are on Linux, which is great because it speeds up a bunch of stuff that we do. Okay, so we really, really need to be nice to cache. When you're optimizing stuff, cache is incredibly important. And one of the things I've been doing, if you've been watching my commits lately, is I've been switching out some uses of unique pointer with standard optional. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to co-locate objects here. For example, if you have an expression like int x equals p1, dereference it, fetch p2, dereference it, fetch p3, what you are doing is you are bouncing through memory. And every time you bounce through memory, you are probably triggering a fetch from DRAM, which is a long way from the CPU. It's a long walk. And the CPU is effectively stalled until it gets that data back from RAM, and then installed again when you fetch the next one. So you're bouncing through RAM and you're really slowing things down. So ideally, we want to try and co-locate stuff to reduce the amount of time we spend fetching stuff from DRAM. For example, standard vector is almost always a better idea than standard list, unless you have particularly large objects, because the data is co-located. So when you fetch it from DRAM, you're typically fetching multiple elements at the same time. Okay, now, as it turns out, when dealing with memory, malloc is actually quite expensive. It may not seem like it because our CPUs used to be slow, but our CPUs are so incredibly fast these days that malloc is actually becoming a significant bottleneck. And the reason is that malloc pretty much always has to take a lock. Now, one possible option here would be switching to a fancier allocator, like JE-malloc or one of the other me-mallocs or other things floating around. But when you're dealing with an application as large as LibreOffice, that is not an ideal answer because there's just so much magic going on down in the libraries that we use that switching out malloc implementations is not ideal. So where possible, we should try and minimize malloc calls and even better, allocate things on the stack. So I've been making a bunch of changes lately where instead of allocating something from malloc, I just allocate it on the stack because the stack is wonderfully cheap. The stack is wonderfully cheap because allocating on the stack is literally, from the CPU's perspective, a case of bumping the SP register. You increase SP register, the RAM that you're dealing with is almost always in cache. The CPU generally goes to quite considerable lengths to keep the stack data in cache. The stack data is accessed linearly forwards and backwards, so it's very nice from the CPU perspective. So stack is generally very, very cheap, and we have a fair amount of it these days. I believe we have about 8 meg worth of thread stack on a typical application, and if we ever needed to, we could easily increase that because LibreOffice allocates very, very few threads. Now, some people say when we need to make things go faster, one thing to do is to use lockless type algorithms. Now, that is generally not great because lockless algorithms require slightly weird data structures. They're very awkward to use, and you have to be very, very careful about using them because when you're using a lockless data structure, you have to be careful that you're not accessing 2 different lockless data structures at the same time, or a lockless one and a different one, because then you could end up with 2 pieces of data that are not consistent with each other. So I have avoided this thoroughly, except for one case. We have found one case where a lockless data structure is great. Now, the funny thing here is that this is in the SVL shared string pool, where we intern strings. In Calc, we share strings because Calc often, with very large spreadsheets, you have an awful lot of strings that are exactly the same, and then it becomes a significant benefit to share the string objects in question as well as the uppercase variants of those strings. Now, I actually tried this lockless data structure about 2 years ago, and it didn't make any significant performance difference. So I threw that patch in my pile that I keep stacked, and I forgot about it. And I went back to the string pool about a year ago, and the string pool was still slow, and I tried the lockless data structure, and it still didn't help. And then myself and Lubosh worked on it on the string pool together, and we improved it, and it was great for a while. And then this year, I looked at it again, and the shared string pool came up again in a profile of a problem document, and I stuffed in the lockless data structure, and this time it made a difference. So the answer is lockless is generally not the answer, except when it is because you tried everything else. So this particular time, it did make a difference. And we used a quite nice little library called libcuckoo, which is a concurrent hash map, and that improved things nicely. The other option is multi-threading. So we have multi-threaded a few things. We've multi-threaded the calc load, and we multi-thread the loading of and unzipping of zip files in the background. And this is great to speed things up, but multi-threading keeps bringing in regressions. It's just really easy for the initial work to be fine, and then later on, it turns out that in certain scenarios, you're accidentally touching some code which is not using a mutex, or you're touching some code which is not using atomic reference counting, and things fall apart. So we use multi-threading where we can, but we acknowledge that it is a problem in the code basis side of LibreOffice, where it is very hard to cordon off things and be sure that you've gotten all the edge cases there. We've had to debug several, well, not me personally, but other people have had to debug lots of multi-threaded related issues. And consequently, so we treat this with great care, because it doesn't always provide the magical land. And also, when you're dealing with multi-threading, you often find that you multi-thread it and it's just as slow as it was before. And that's because you find yourself hitting shared locks, or you find yourself having to put mutexes around pieces of code to protect them because they're being called from all the threads simultaneously. And then as soon as you've done that, you discover that all of your threads are now ganging up on that one mutex, and then you've got no benefit. So multi-threading is nice, but then you have to do a whole bunch of follow-on work. I did some follow-on work recently where I had to take mutexes out of pieces of code and convert that code to immutability. So the code was initialized once, the data structure was initialized once before the threads were created, and then the data structure didn't change after that, so that the threads could all hit it simultaneously without needing to take locks. And that worked out relatively well. And that is actually the end of my talk. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, a bit shorter than I expected. So any questions?
Well, right now we don't have any in the chat, but I will ask the author of those great drawings.
Those are a benefit of my children. I asked my children to draw some pictures for me, and they very kindly colored them in.
Wonderful.
Okay, great. That's me. I'll hang around in the chat if anyone wants to ask questions or anything.
Absolutely. The stage is yours for the next 5 or so minutes.
Great.
We have a question from Quickie. What change resulted in the biggest performance gain?
Sure. I think we got some really great improvements in the redlining code. Either the redlining code, I forget, it's either the redlining code or the notes code in Writer, where we accidentally had an ON3 algorithm where there was a loop inside another loop inside another loop, where it was iterating over the same thing again and again. And that took a little while to sort out because it was crossing over between two different sets of code. And we had to pass iterators up and down between stuff, and that produced some really nice gains. That was like, wow. First time I ran it and it worked, I was like, surely I did something wrong. It can't possibly be that fast. And that was really great. But most of the time, the wins are pretty small. Often I'll have tiny gains, but the tiny gains will then add up over time. If you kind of have 4 or 5 small, simple gains, you'll end up with a decent sized gain, because suddenly you've kind of crossed a magical boundary and now you're fitting inside the CPU's main cache, and then it magically gets a whole bunch faster. I see there's a question from Kendi. Sure, let's fire up. Okay, let's fire up.
For any audio users, the question from Kendi is, can you tell more about the tools you're using, or even screen share how you use them?
Sure. So let's see if I can get this to screen share. Okay. I want that one. Okay, you should be seeing Intel VTune Analyzer now, VTune Profiler.
Yes.
Okay, this is a free tool from Intel. It's really nice. Only runs on, used to only run on Windows. I believe it now runs on Linux, but I've never tried it there because I use different tools on Linux. So this is called Intel VTune Profiler. It's part of the Intel VTune suite. It has its limitations, but it's pretty nice. So for example, I've got it configuring analysis now. Okay, this CPU is a little bit old and doesn't want to do that, so we switch to user-based sampling. It's a sampling profiler, and it comes with all the limitations of sampling profilers. If you're trying to find extremely small performance problems, then this is not the right tool for it, because it has limitations because it does sampling, as opposed to something like Valgrind, which is an emulator which can collect much finer grained stuff. But I haven't found an equivalent for Valgrind on Windows. So when I need to do extremely fine grained stuff, then I'll switch to Linux and do a Valgrind run there. So for example, here I have configured it with my application. It's pointing to my application. I've passed in some parameters, tell it to load a file. I am switching on some user-defined variables here, so that, for example, it only profiles. I've using the exit post startup and disable recovery, so that we won't try and profile the recovery process, and it'll only profile the opening process. So then we run it, and it will fire up. It's now running bin, which may or may not work. Okay, it's not very happy with my Vulkan driver right now. Okay, so now it's managed to pull a profile, and it's now post-processing the data that came out of there, and you end up with a relatively nice summary here. This is, if you look at this histogram at the bottom here, you can see that LibreOffice is making extremely little use of the CPU, and in fact we're only using 1 core, and we're not even doing a wonderful job of using 1 core. So, but that is in part just because of the nature of our application. Our application, LibreOffice, is not amenable to very good usage of the CPU, because we have very complex data structures, and that requires bouncing around a lot in memory. And so you cannot really ever get to the point where you make extremely good use of the CPU, except for a couple of narrow use cases in Calc, where we managed to show some decent usage of the CPU. Now, this profiler I typically will work in the bottom-up view, which shows you the points that are, there's a display of the threads at the bottom here. You can see the different threads that are active, and as you can see, there's very few of them. And these are you can see the things that have occupied the most CPU time here. And this is a bottom-up view, so it starts at the bottom, starts at this part of the stack, the last part of the stack, bottom or top, depending on which way you think stacks grow. And you can drill down into it and see where those pieces lead to, who's calling those pieces, and what was calling. You can also do the same thing from top-down tree, so you can look at it the other way, depending which way is most comfortable to you right now, and you can drill down and see where the time is being spent. And here we can see, for example, that 18% of the time was spent inside the splash screen code. That's because I don't think it actually loaded the document this time. And then you can see it's spending time in VCL event listeners there, and you can double click on stuff and it will actually open the source code for you, which is really nice. You can't edit it or anything like that here, but at least you can look at the code and then go backwards and forwards between the code and the stuff. And you can, inside VTune Profiler, you can pull up a section of it and tell it to filter in on that piece of the timeline. So you can narrow, you can drill down into pieces of the timeline and see which pieces were what was happening at certain points in time. And similarly, you can make it drill into the different parts of the thread. You can make it drill into different pieces of the thread. Now, this whole application is quite similar to KDAB Hotspot, which is a Unix program written by the great KDAB team, and that does a really nice job as well. I can't show it to you, unfortunately, because my Linux machine is at the other end of a remote desktop connection. That doesn't work very well with screen sharing. But it is quite similar to this, and if you're only on Linux, then KDAB Hotspot is a go-to tool, and that is very similar. You run a perf trace, which also is a sampling trace, and then you feed the perf trace into Hotspot. And in fact, I believe I gave a talk about that last time at Elmeria, and that works pretty well. It has flame graphs as well, which is really nice, which this doesn't have. Yeah. Okay, great. That's me. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you for this really, honestly, enjoyable talk. Noel.
Great. Thanks, Brett.
I'm glad to see that there are performance improvements coming to LibreOffice.
Yeah.
All right, so next up we have Clof Lohamer. Sorry if I tried my best. And Christian Lohamer, sorry, he goes by Clof. And his is a pre-recorded. So if you sit back, well, I'll start it right on the dot. So I'll give people a few minutes to congregate in here.
Yes, it's pre-recorded and there are two versions. One has the audio boosted, but otherwise they should be identical.
Yes, I was going to use the audio boosted one. If that, I assumed that was the preferred one, but perhaps I should have checked.
No, that should be the one, unless someone gets heavy distortion, then we should switch over.
All right. All right, now officially we've got Christian up, and he is speaking about the crash reporter service in LibreOffice.
Hello and welcome to my talk about the crash reporting service used in LibreOffice. It is a pretty short talk. I try to stay pretty much on the top level side of things, and the talk is structured like you see here, a short introduction as always, then from the most high level view into a little bit more detail about how QA can help with the whole process, and showing some limitations and problems that the current setup has. And then it's already time for credits and thanks of prior work and question time. So let's dive in with who I am. I'm Christian Lohmeier. I'm mostly known by my nick that I use everywhere, which is Clough. I work as a release engineer and infrastructure administrator for the Document Foundation, and have been with the project since its creation, and before that I was active in the OpenOffice.org project, so I have been around a long time and always on the infra side or billboard side of things. I hang out on IRC, also with the nick Clough, and you see my email here, clough@documentfoundation.org is another way to contact me. So to the actual topic of the talk, the LibreOffice crash reporting service. And on the high level, it's just the first question that comes up is why use a crash reporting service? We have a framework of so many automated tests already. For example, we are using a Garrett for the review process of patches, and each patch that is submitted to our Garrett system is tested on all platforms, and basically all our built-in checks are run on each test by running the build time tests. In addition to those tests that we have, we are using different static analysis tools, like for example the one provided by Coverity, and others like for example the fuzzing tools by Google. And those already catch many problems we have in our code without actually hitting the end user. And we have also a pretty extensive set of documents that we run our import and export and re-import, basically round trip tests on, that should cover most of the problems with our import and export filters and crashes. But of course, even with all the systems we have in place, we cannot prevent bugs from happening, and especially cannot cover all hardware combinations, and certainly don't have the workflow of each user covered. For example, different order of operations can lead to different results, and that's why it's important to have an additional source of information, especially for a disruptive bug like a crash that could potentially lead to data loss. So that's also the way. What we are using to build our crash reporting service is basically Google Breakpad. Everything hinges around the Google Breakpad project, and this is the component that creates the mini dump when LibreOffice crashes, and is also used to basically unwind that information back at the server level. And the benefit of using a tool like Breakpad is that it allows for decoupling the debug information from the application that you ship. So, and of course, we also need a server to collect the reports, and for that we have a small Django web application that collects the reports that are coming in, and also is used to basically map the stripped down information that is created on the client side, on the end user side, against the full set of debugging symbols we keep on our server, so that we have working backtraces and basically pointers to the actual source code after everything is processed. And we also have some integration between the crash reporting side and our Bugzilla. So both systems can cross-link to each other and have pointers to each other for further information, to provide steps to reproduce, to hopefully attach sample documents if those are necessary, and yeah, this is a big help in the process, as I will go to in a later stage in this talk. So going a little bit further into detail, what is involved in going a little bit more in detail on the
that's embarrassing.
system. Let's dive in what is actually involved in providing a build so it can be used as a tool for collecting crash reports. So, of course, the first step is to create a build that has the debugging information in the first place. So if you don't have debugging symbols, even if you have a mini dump, it's more or less useless because human brains cannot work with pointers, and there needs to be a way to unmangle this and track it back to actual code functions and files and lines in those files for to be useful. So after the build is done with the debug symbols, breakpads dump symbols tools extracts them and basically converts them into a format that is common across the platforms, and this then is uploaded to the server and allows the server to unwind the symbols back to their human readable form, basically. And the debugging symbols are stripped from the LibreOffice that is shipped to the end user, so it can be relatively lean and doesn't have to be bloated just because of the debugging symbols. Of course, LibreOffice is still a rather large package, but if it were shipped with debugging symbols, it would be multiple gigabytes in size. And of course, once LibreOffice crashes, the breakpad tool creates basically a snapshot, if you want, of the state that is run currently. And we don't want anything that could interrupt the current creation of this state. So that's why we don't try to do anything else but just to create this mini dump. So the interaction with the user, whether to report the crash or not, is all deferred to the next launch in order to just not mess with the state of LibreOffice after it crashed. And so the prompt that the user gets looks like this. It's so basically a simple confirmation dialog that for each crash asks basically whether you really want to send this information. And you can disable the reporting globally in the options. Then it will never ask and will never send a report. But if you have enabled the crash reporting in the options, you will still have the option to not send any report on each occasion. And the dialog also has the option to start LibreOffice in safe mode in case it's a problem that is not tied to any actions, but happens every time you launch LibreOffice. So it's another feature that we have in here. And so the user then agrees to send the report, and LibreOffice sends the relatively small minidump file that was created to the server. And the server, in quotes, cheats a little bit by not processing it immediately, but just assigning a unique ID to the crash report and reports that back to LibreOffice. And the user can use that link to go to the crash report site, and from there it has he, she, them have the option to create a bug report providing more information about the crash itself. And hopefully all reporters actually do this, because this having steps to reproduce a problem is basically the most important thing that helps QA in processing and judging the importance of such a crash. And if you're using the functionality to create a bug report, we make sure to automatically include the necessary information so that both the crash reporting site can add a link to the Bugzilla ticket, as well as having a link from the Bugzilla to the crash report. And with that information, hopefully QA has enough information, or at least is able to ask the reporter, the person having the problem, for more information to further track down the problem. And the dialogue with the response basically looks like this. It's very simple. It's just the link with the with a unique ID that the user can visit, and of course, hopefully they do and provide more details. And I said and to go back to what is actually included in the Minidump, I glanced over it and said it's a snapshot of the state, and yeah, it includes the files that were loaded, the libraries, and it contains the files that were loaded, the libraries, and the executables, and it all contains all the threads and the state of the processor registers and the stack memory at the point of the crash, and then some additional meta information like the processor used to run the system, the operating system and version. And specifically for LibreOffice, we also, of course, include the version of LibreOffice itself. And we are also interested in whether OpenGL was enabled or not, and what the driver for the graphic card was and what version it was. So we include this as additional information in the mini dump. So next we have the problem of users report the crashes and what's next, and this is basically where QA team comes into play. And completely oversimplified, QA's role is to monitor the crash reporting side and have an eye on clusters of reports that are new, that indicate there was a regression introduced in the latest version, and then going the next step further, create test cases or at least a reproducible step-by-step instructions to make help tracking down the source of the problem easier, and of course to also be able to verify a fix in the later stages of the process. And this is easier said than done, of course, but yeah. And this is easier said than done, of course, but hopefully the information given in the stack trace regarding the code that was affected, as well as hopefully having a bug report with some background information about what the user did to trigger the crash, will make this a little easier. And still, of course, if there is no corresponding bug report, or even if the source code information isn't enough to help track down the problem, or doesn't give you an idea, and instead of trying to read hundreds or thousands of lines of code, you just want to do the practical brute force approach, you can use bisecting. And bisecting is short for binary bisecting, and this just means that we have a Git repository with binary builds of LibreOffice for all active branches. And you can use the git bisect command to very quickly track down a change that caused a change in behavior, basically, and without having to compile a whole version of LibreOffice between each step. And the benefit of is that you can track down a problem without any knowledge about the code itself. You just need a way to reproduce the problem, and then anyone with a little disk space to host the repository can basically test one revision after the other, and it always basically checks half of the remaining commits, and always of that half the other half, so it narrows down pretty quickly. Even if the number of commits that you start with is very large, the number of steps are probably 10, 12, or 15 at most in any case, and then you have either a single commit or a few commits that are affected and causing the problem. And with that information, of course, you can have a look at who was doing this commit, what were they trying to fix. Most often than not, they have an old bug report assigned to it with the intent to fix this bug. And of course, having that information makes it easier to judge what other actions might have caused the regression from the regression to happen. And yeah, after you have tracked down the problem using a bisect repository, even if not knowing what the problem is itself, you have someone who committed code touching the area, and this of course is a hint who to poke, basically, who to nag about the problem or who to ask for more insight. And this helps great ways to further proceed in getting a fix done for this particular problem. And QA, while not necessarily doing the actual fix, is pretty good at providing test cases to prevent the regression from happening again. Of course, this depends on the type of problem, but if it's a problem with a file format, for example, it's easy to just add a sample file to the code and check that the problem doesn't occur anymore. And next on some problems or limitations with our current deployment, basically. And it's hard to say whether it's really a problem or not, but of course, people don't update to the current version, at least not as frequent as we would like them to do. And thus we have lots of reports coming in that are from people using old versions of LibreOffice with problems reporting that were already fixed in current versions. So this, of course, kind of skews the overview towards old crashes, because the user base of new versions is relatively low or starts growing as time goes on, and the old versions are the ones with the problems that are not yet fixed. So just looking at the raw numbers doesn't give you an indication what is really happening with the current version. And the LibreOffice crash reporting website has some filtering options. At least the starting page allows you to have a quick overview of how many reports were committed for each version that is of interest, basically the final release versions, and then has an overview of those versions, of the reports assigned to that version. But if you go deeper, then you have all reports from all versions. So the filtering capabilities of the Django web app could need some love to make it more usable, to be able to exclude versions from the listings, for example, or just focus on one single version to check whether it was fixed in an RC, for example, and not just the main code line version, for example. And so far, we also didn't remove any old reports from the crash reporting database. So, of course, it grew quite large over the years. And while I don't have any immediate plans to clear out the old entries, at some point I probably have to do it to keep the size manageable and to keep the database query times on a reasonable level. And another limitation is that it's only available for Windows and Linux, but of course Mac users are relatively small user base compared to Windows as well. Linux user base is small compared to Windows users. So I don't think it matters too much to not have macOS in there. And Windows crashes and Linux crashes alone are enough to deal with. Basically, there's no lack of reports coming in. But another limitation is, of course, that it only works when you have the corresponding debug information on the server side. And this then in turn means that it's only available for builds that are done by TDF, by me basically, and only for the alpha, beta, RC candidates basically. But none of the tinderboxes or daily builds have this integration and don't have the crash reporting enabled. And this is basically the technical side of the limitations or problems. And of course, there's the other aspect that I already touched upon, that not all users go through the process of filing new information. Especially if they don't have a Bugzilla account already, this is a big hurdle for them. So they either don't even visit the site to file a bug report, or they stop there and don't proceed further. And also those who do actually file a report, it's not clear whether they can provide enough information to have steps to reproduce the problem. So still a lot of the burden is on QA volunteers to basically track it down, try to find a way to reproduce it try to find a developer who can have a look at what's wrong. And yeah, it's just as it goes with all problems. People either complain loudly about it, or they stay silent and complain about it with their neighbors, but not to report it. And there's no real easy solution to fix all this, because either you make it so easy that every spam bot can abuse your system, or you have some login system in place that scares people away. So yeah, it's always a balance you have to take. And yeah, we have enough reports coming in that I think are now reasonable to act upon, even if not everyone can add a comment. And of course, having a comment system that allows everyone to comment also gets into the data regulation problems, because then you have no control about what is filed and how people would access this information and how it's shared. So having a system that has its own management like Bugzilla makes it a little easier. And this basically is it already for the pre-recorded portion of the talk. I'll have enough time for questions, I think. But of course, I don't want to leave without giving thanks and credits where credit is due. And most from it is Markus Mohat, Moggy. He basically did create the system back for LibreOffice 5.2, I think it was 2016, so quite a couple years back. He did the bulk of the integration and wrote the Django web end, taking some inspiration from the Socorro, the tool that Mozilla was using for their back reporting. And also Norbert Thiebaud had a lot of work done in the infra side of things. He was basically setting up Garrett and other related stuff back in the day. And then there was also Riccardo Magliochetti and I probably butchered the name, Aybüke Özdemir, contributing to the server side of things back in the day. And yeah, of course, all wouldn't be possible without having the breakpad utility available. So have a link there to their main repository, and of course links to our crash reporting site and our Bugzilla. And yeah, basically now I'm ready to take questions and switch over to some live mode, and maybe can do some live demos if necessary. And of course, thanks to all the sponsors making this conference possible. Thanks.
I'm going to wait just a few seconds so that anyone with buffered videos can finish up.
I saw a question on the room regarding backtraces not being resolved against the symbols, and this was a problem with the symbol extraction step. So the dump syms process did frequently segfault when processing the symbols for Windows 64-bit, and our tooling didn't bother to check for any error during this processing. And this has meanwhile been fixed, and it should resolve the symbols again. So it was a problem that the debugging information on the server to unwind the symbols wasn't complete. And yeah, but for current versions, it should be all in the good. And of course, the old original reports are not resolved, but even reports for old versions should now be resolved again, since I also updated or re-uploaded the debugging information for old versions. And yeah, add on that, the problem still happens. So the dump syms tool still segfaults frequently while processing the symbols, but it's just retried until it does succeed for this given DLL or exe file and proceed to the next one. So running it multiple times until it succeeds. So I didn't really bother finding out why it crashes or how the crash can prevent it, as long as the result of a successful run gives the same result all the time. So I'm confident that the data is correct if it works, and only have to rerun it when the process segfaults. And maybe just to show the crash reporting side as it is now, basically on the landing page, you're seeing the number of crashes submitted per versions. And so the different colored lines represent a single version of LibreOffice, and you see that around 400 to 600 reports are coming in per version. And of course, you see the slow rising lines at the bottom. That is the new releases that slowly gather a user base, and still most of the reports are from old versions. If you're actually using it, I'm not sure whether you can see the mouse hover in the screen share. There you should get a breakdown of the versions and the number of submitted crashes at that specific date. And if you go to the version selector, you can select, for example, the 7162, basically the 716 final release. And yeah, it's a little bit slow for me right now. The demo effect, okay. Now that you see a listing of the crash reports and the signatures for that specific versions. So, for example, here you see a Skia-related one that is happening or was reported 74 times for Windows in the last 7 days. So the time frame can be chosen at the top. And if you click on that, you would get to the number of individual submissions, and you can click on one to get basically the stack trace more available. So you see the function signature and the source code file where it happens, and also the cross-linking to the Bugzilla. And clicking on that gives you the bug report where you can see the history basically. And it turns out it was an optimization that uses processor features, the AVX instructions, despite not checking for actually support on the hardware. And it was fixed pretty quickly then, and it's fixed for 7.1.7 and for 7.2 branches. And yeah, or just showing at the top the information that the crash reporting side would add. So this bug was filed from crash report, and there you have the ID of the crash, and this can be used to go back to the crash reporting side to see it. And yeah, this is basically the info you collect. We have the version of LibreOffice, the ID that is used to uniquely identify the crash, the processor architecture, the operating system, and the operating system version. And yeah, this is basically all this. And I think I'm also out of time now. If there are any questions, I need to have a second look. I don't think so.
Nope.
So yeah, then I guess I'll leave the stage and give the next presenter some time to set up. I think it's not a pre-recorded one. So yeah, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Clough. Yes, indeed. We have next up Marco Cecchetti and some improvements for the SVG export filter. Marco, are you around?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Your mic is a little bit low, but otherwise sounds good.
Okay, I try to share my screen. So I suppose now you can see it.
I can see the editor, but not the presentation, if that's what you're going for.
Yeah. So now you can see it?
Yes, everything's great. Thank you.
Okay. So the improvements we are going to see for the SVG export filter was all about the exporting the background of a slide. The first topics about be able to export a slide that owns a custom background. In fact, one of the features offered by Impress is the ability to set a custom background for a slide instead of using the background of the master page linked to the slide. This feature was not working since the JavaScript presentation engine shown always the master page background instead the one used as custom background. I suppose you are familiar with the basic of the SVG markup language. Anyway, I want to remind you the use element. This use element allows to reuse more than once an artwork, in this case a simple rectangle, allowing to change its geometry and style feature. So we can define an object just once and use it many times. And that is the use element is exactly what is used for getting a single master page rendered in each slide. Anyway, the master page is not referenced directly by a use element because a master page has some content that is customized per each slide or even generated dynamically, such as a slide number, date, time, or a slide that owns a custom footer. When a slide needs to be rendered, the JavaScript presentation engine creates a group of use elements referencing sub-object of the master page instead of the whole master page. In order to create this group of sub-object referenced, there is a specific class named the master page view. What we are interested in this case is the first use element that references the master page background. In order to get a custom background exported correctly, we need to modify this class in order to make it aware that the slide owns a custom background, so that instead of referencing when it creates that use element, the background, the master page, it references the custom background. The master page view class for creating this structure needs some metadata information about the slide. This metadata information is represented by the slide number and the visibility of the several text fields that made up the master page, and even other kind of information. The metadata is exported as custom attributes, all with a prefixed triple namespace. In the example below, you can see, for instance, the master custom attribute that specify what is the ID with which the master page related to this slide is exported. In order to make the master page view aware that a slide is using a custom background, we have introduced a new attribute named as custom background. The generate metadata method that export this group of metadata information checks if the fill style property for a background slide is different from fill style none, and in that case append to the group element a new attribute that you can see in the example below in red. In this way, the metadata, the meta slide class that is responsible for parsing in the JavaScript presentation engine all these attributes and transforming them in properties of the instance of the meta slide class itself, is able to provide information to the master page view class so that it can know if a slide is using a custom background, and then referencing the ID of the custom background instead of the ID of the master page background in the use element we have seen in the previous structure. So getting custom background working, the second step is provide the ability to use a bitmap as background. Now, exporting a bitmap as background was disabled as a workaround because the same bitmap was exported many times. That occurred not only when the same bitmap was used as a custom background for several slides, but also when a bitmap was used as a tile. In that case, the same bitmap was exported as many times as was the number of tiles. Obviously, that led to an exported SVG document, very huge, and the slide rendering in the browser was horrible. In order to solve this problem, we have modified the create object from background method of the SVG filter class. This method, in order to export the background of a slide or of a master page, use it to create a GDI meta file for the object that made up the background of the slide. This meta file then is passed to an instance of the SVG writer for converting each meta action in one or more SVG element so that the background gets exported. We have added a new task to this method. The method iterates on the meta action present in the meta file and call it all meta action related to bitmaps, and use it for creating a map whose key is the checksum of the bitmap embedded in the meta action. The checksum is dependent from the bitmap position, so we have a single map entry per each bitmap. Once we have collected all these meta action related to bitmaps, we can exporting image element related image element that represent the bitmaps. We have implemented a specific method named impl export background bitmaps. This method iterates over all the bitmap action present inside the map we have populated area. And for each entry in the map, it creates an image element. The image element then is referenced for is referenced by one or more use elements at the place where the custom background for a slide is defined, or more than once, even for the same slide. In the case the image is a tile. In this fragment, you can see a slide whose background is a tiled background. And as you can see, the use element exported is the use element exported are more than once, and all reference to the same bitmap. This occurs inside the write BMP method of the SVG action writer class, which usually is the default handle for bitmap meta actions. The bitmap is passed to this method and then is exported as an image element. We have modified it to compute the checksum of the passed bitmap, and in case this checksum is present inside the map, export instead of the image element a use element with a transform attribute in order to set up the bitmap to the appropriate position size, and the href attribute set to an ID that contains the just computed checksum of the bitmap. That is the way we get bitmap used for custom slide background or for tiled background exported only once, and then rendered correctly by the JavaScript presentation engine. No modification to the JavaScript presentation engine has been necessary. This solution was a big improvement, but still presents some problem for the tiled background case. The problem is that when the use element exported are a large number, it's expensive for the browser rendering them. So if a tiled background has a large amount of tiles, as it occurs for background of type pattern or edges, we end up with having many tiles because these tiles are very small. The result is that the browser can need 1 or 2 minutes for rendering a slide. In order to solve this problem, we have used the SVG pattern element. The pattern element allows to define some object, some artwork, that then is used as a tile for filling some shape. In this case, you can see a simple example where a pattern is made up by 2 lines, one red and one green, and is used for filling a rectangle. Note that the fill attribute is a reference to the pattern by specifying the pattern ID. The other attribute of the pattern, such as width and height, are obviously the size of the tile that is going to be used for filling. And the X and epsilon attribute are instead the offset of the tile with respect to the top left of the bounding box of the shape that is going to be filled. This pattern element is exactly what we needed for rendering for exporting correctly in tiled background. And now there is some details how that occurs. We modified further the create object from background method that now not only call the bitmap meta action as in the previous case, but also looks if we are the background type is a tiled background. In that case, it modify the GDI meta file created from the objects that made up the background by replacing any bitmap meta action related to tiles by a single comment action. This comment action has a special starting tag that, as you can see, is slide underscore background, and then a parameter. This parameter is an ID, exactly the ID of the rectangle you have seen here. That is, the idea is the following. We define a pattern that whose content is the bitmap. And then we define a rectangle with the size of the slide, which is filled using that pattern. So when we export, we substitute the meta action related to tiles by this comment action. The ID passed as a parameter to inside this comment is the ID of the rectangle filled by the pattern represented by a bitmap. In order to create, to be able to create the exporting the pattern and the rectangle element, we need to collect some data. This data is represented by the structure you can see at the bottom of the slide, and is the bitmap checksum. That is the bitmap that is used for as a content of the pattern. The position, that is the offset of the tile, the size of the tile, and then the size of the slide that is used for define the size of the rectangle. All this information is collected in a map whose key is the ID of the slide, which has a tiled background. At the second stage, we exporting all the pattern and rect element, as you can see in the example below, by iterating over this map, and we use the information that we have collected for set up correctly the pattern attribute and the rectangle attribute. That is in the end the with and date. The content of the pattern is a use element, which is referring to the bitmap represented the tile, which has exactly the checksum we have collected at the previous stage, and exactly the checksum of the first bitmap meta action of the bitmap action represented the first tile. Once we have exported this pattern rectangle element, finally we are able to use it for defining the background of the slide. In the write actions method, when a comment meta action is it. We check if it starts by the slide background tag, and in that case, we create a use element referring to the element having the ID passed as a parameter inside the comment. As I told, this ID is the ID of the rectangle filled with the pattern. And since we have replaced all the meta action related to tiles with this meta action comment, the use element is exported exactly where all that meta action bitmap representing tiles will be exported. That is exactly where will be exported the background of the slide. You can see now that where we have several use elements exported, we have each use element was referring to an image element, that is to a bitmap. We have a single use element referring to the rectangle. And that is the way we have solved the performance issues with tiled background. So these are some small improvement for SVG filter that anyway can be appreciated to who create a presentation. That's all from me. I thank you for listening, and if there is any question.
Oh, well, thank you, Marco, for the speech.
Thanks.
Any questions, please put them in the bridge chat.
Okay, I think there is no question. Thanks again for listening.
Oh, of course. And is that to say you're leaving the room? Because we can close this session, or we can continue for the next 5 minutes, because that's how much we have, how much time we have. All right, excellent. I'll meet back in 5 or 6 minutes to introduce the next speaker. All right, we're back. Next up is Tomasz Weingirl. Tomasz, are you around?
I am.
Excellent.
I have a pre-recorded.
Yes, and I've got it queued up here.
Great. Hi, I'm Tomasz Weingel. I'm from Collabora, and I will present to you improved document searching with LibreOffice. So first, I would like to clarify what is meant by searching, improved searching. Yeah, we can search for documents in different ways. Yes, first is like searching internally and searching externally. So searching internally, like inside LibreOffice, is when we are just traversing the internal document model and search for some string. But there's also another possibility here. This is searching externally. This is with searching externally. What I mean is generally that we input the documents into a search database, and using the search database, then we can search multiple documents for phrases. And this is generally what is this improved search for with LibreOffice meant in the title. So generally, when we search externally, like with the database, that we have to transform the documents into text and feed it into a search engine, which then searches inside this transformed text for a search result. The problem here is that we don't get a really good context of these searches when there is one result found. So we get, okay, we have in this document we found this search result, but we don't really know where exactly this search result was found and what is the context around the search result. So this is what we want to improve here. So we can search for phrases in multiple documents, as I said, yeah, and there are, and for this there exists already multiple some search platforms, search databases. The most the one we used and most it's very popular is Apache Solr, which also uses Apache Tika to transform the document into text. Like Apache Tika is a library, like a Java library that can open the document and transform it into HTML or just plain text. Another one which is also very popular is Elasticsearch, but I really don't know much about it. Mainly I export Apache Solr. So what is the general idea? I think the idea here is to use LibreOffice and Collabora Online to add this context of the search results. And we had the idea to for a search result we would render an image where this search result was found inside the document. So this is now the solution description. What needs to be done to get this idea realized? We need to somehow create the search data and put it into a search and indexing platform, like into the search database. And we have to import it inside the search database platform itself. and then we have to search with the on the search platform and get some result. And after that, we have to render the image of the location of the search result. So generally, first 3 steps are already implemented elsewhere, but the last one, I don't know if there is some solution to also render the location inside the document and show the search result to the user. Okay, so now the first step. With LibreOffice we can create the search results data, and how we implemented this is to implement it as a new export format. So this means that you can also export as or save as, and it will save the current document into a search indexing data format, XML. The good about this approach is that we implement this as export format is that it provides a lot of things out of the box. So without just implementing it as a export format, we can just already use it on the command line with this as Office convert to switch, as it says here. Additionally, it also we can use just LibreOffice Kit API save as function to just create this search data document. This Eloquent LibreOffice Kit API is already used by Collabora online, which provides a REST service convert to, so we can already reuse that and don't need to implement it. Okay, so next I would like to search to talk about the data format. Okay, the data format of the search data, indexing data, is just a flat XML file. The idea here is why is that this flat, like means it doesn't have a lot of nested elements. It's just to be very, very simple, so we can easily transform it to a vendor specific format, like the one used for in Solar, for example. So on the top now we can see how one example of this search data format. It has like root element indexing always, and then it has child elements, either paragraph or object, where paragraph is just one paragraph inside Word, inside writer, and object also not just writer, it's any shape that has some text is also exported as a paragraph. Another element is also object, which can be shape or image or font work. This one is mainly so that we can provide metadata for additional metadata for the object, so we can also search inside the metadata, not just paragraphs. And the paragraph has attributes. Most important attributes are index and node type, and addition to this also object name. With this we can then identify for which paragraph we are searching for inside the object document model inside LibreOffice. For objects, the important attributes are object type and name. Name is always uniquely identified, so we can always identify inside the document each object just with the name. Then we also export other attributes. These are like additional metadata, as already said, alt, text, and description of the objects. So how this is implemented is that we have an indexing export and indexing node handler classes. Indexing export class, just a root class for search data indexing export, which then delegates everything to the indexing node handler. And indexing node handler is just a subclass of model traverser. Model traverser is a class visitor that visits all the elements inside the document model, and then delegates this to what to do with these elements to the handler. And index node handler then just writes this into a XML file with the structure that I already explained before. Model traverser is derived from accessibility check. This accessibility check functionality, which also needs to traverse the document model. But currently, because it's just a copy, in accessibility check is not yet using the model traverser. But the idea is that both will reuse this class, and maybe some other uses can be found for this. For example, there is one use is to search our colors, documents, colors that the document uses could also use this model traverser. But this is something that we will implement later. So the next step is then to render an image for a search result. So we now perform the search and we get a search result. The search result now has to have all these metadata, additional metadata, index, node, type, that is important for the identify which paragraph or which object it goes inside the document model. And with this information, then we can render the result. So this process is divided into two parts. First part is that we need to get the rectangle, the location where the document, the search result data in the document is located. So for this we have a search result locator class that is used for this. And the search result locator can then use either XML or JSON search result data as the format. It also uses a special structure which is used inside tests. When we then get this rectangle from the search result locator, we can then just render the image with paint tile API that is already implemented inside LibreOffice Kit. Next is then to implement render image service inside Collabora Online, so we can use this service for the on the web. And for this created a REST service, render search result, which is very similar service that already exists, converts to, which I already mentioned previously, that is used to create search data for indexing. So what is needed for this search REST service is that we need to provide document and we need to provide the search result. Then we send this, execute the service, send this both to the Collabora Online server, and we get back the rendered image of the search result location. So this I now explained mostly what was done on LibreOffice and Collabora Online, but how everything is now fitting together. This is including the database, including the Collabora Online server, including all the pieces that so that the user can search. And for this I created a proof of concept web application, which looks like this. I will demo it later, so maybe first I will explain what this proof of concept web application does. So it's just a simple web application that demonstrates how everything should work together. Yeah. This is then using Apache Solr as the search platform. The HTTP server is just Python simple HTTP server, which is then using Python for Python for server-side processing, also for sending REST, executing REST services on Collabora Online and Solr, and it uses HTML and JavaScript for the client side. And the framework that uses is AngularJS. This is just something I was previously familiar with, and is very strong with data binding and REST services, and Bootstrap for the UI, so it's easier to build how the application looks. So the last thing is of course what we need is Collabora Online server, so that we can render the image for the search result and also to open the document itself. So web application has like three major processes that it performs. So first one is the reindexing process. This is just needs to fill the Solr database with search data from the documents. Maybe what I forgot to mention is web application has is taking care of one folder, in arbitrary folder, where all the documents are stored, and all these documents are then taken in account and printed as are available for opening and indexing and searching. So the trick is here that we need to reindex every time that the document changes. So how it is implemented currently, we always delete all indexes and reindex everything, but ideally this should happen only when a document document changes, then we need to reindex, and we need to only update the indexes, not just remove all indexes and add all indexes new. We just need to remove all indexes for a document and add new indexes for the changed document. And if the document is, of course, if the document is deleted, we need to remove the indexes from the database. So for each document, how we do reindexes is for each document in this document folder, we request with the XML search data from the Collabora online server using this convert to service. Once we get this XML file back, we can then transform it to the Solr format. Solr has a little bit different format for entering all the search data into the database. So it has a notion of mainly documents and fields. Document is not like LibreOffice document, but document generally corresponds to a paragraph or object, and fields are then additional metadata. We also add special field file name to identify which document it handles, and special field content, which is then the paragraph text. And then we can submit this search data to Solr using HTTP post service. So search process. Solr has a very extended querying API, and we just don't need everything here. But we can use, of course, all these querying API if needed. So how we search with Solr is we just simple get HTTP send a simple get HTTP request to the Solr server, and as a response we get a JSON document with the results or with no results, depending if the database found something or not. There are other formats are supported, like XML, but if we are dealing with a web application, JSON is the simplest to deal with. We don't need to parse it, like for example XML. Yes, web app only searches the paragraph text currently, so only content field is important, and this is the only field that we search in. But we could also search in other fields. So, for example, to limit only for a certain type of objects, certain type of paragraphs, or something like this, or just additional, just for example, if we want to search just one document, we can search only in the file name field. When we get the results back we need to transform the search result again for something that the LibreOffice can render the image. And currently LibreOffice supports either JSON, as I said, a JSON or XML, and the search result needs to be compatible with that. And it also, we can reuse this JSON inside the web application itself to show the search results. Generally, it's just an array of objects which has key and value pairs for the metadata. Then we have, of course, then we have to show the results on the web application. Now, last is rendering the image. Now, after we show these results on the web application, we can then request rendering of the image for each search results. This is done asynchronously, so we can show the results first and then render the image and update the search results when the images get rendered. So we use a render search results service. We send search results we send search results in the document to the Collabora Online server, and then we get back the image in just pure binary PNG as PNG image, and with that we can transform the image to base 64 string. This is generally done because it's easier to deal with this on the web application. So the demo. So this is the web app. Here we have a list of documents, and as first thing we need to reindex all the documents. So this here shows the status of what is going on, and the column says reindexing, and now it's finished reindexing. Now we can search. We can simply search for, let's say, LibreOffice. Search. And now found in about LibreOffice document, we found a couple of search results, and this is now rendering where the search results are found in which paragraphs. These are now images inside the document. And now we can search for something more general. For example, we can say well, and now there are multiple results of well that are in multiple documents. Here we see that this result is font work, and it found a result this well inside font work text. If you go down, we can see like this is image, and it found the result inside the caption of an image. The similar like image is also a shape in font result in the caption of a shape. The following two ones are shapes and rectangles, and in font the result inside the shape text, and so on. We have next a couple of paragraphs in other documents. So if we are interested how this document looks like, we can just click here and it will be open the document inside the Collabora Online. And this is the document. We see that we have here the image, we have here a shape. There's also a table which is also shown as a result, and another shape, and this is then font work objects that we showed previously. Can then I'll go back, maybe search for lorem, and we have like this lorem documented. Lorem is found in a lot of places, a lot of generally just paragraphs, and and here we search finished, and it found 9 results. And generally, if we go now inside here and change the document, we always have to re-index the document, or the search result won't be found. All the changes in the documents won't be found in the search result. So this is all for me. That was my demo, and thanks for watching, and bye bye.
All right. So thank you for the talk. Now we are out of time and we don't have enough for live questions, but by all means, go ahead and answer the questions in the chat in LibreCon Room 1. Now for the final bit, we have, well, I guess first,
Hello, and my talk is pre-recorded. I suppose it should start now. Hello, everyone. I am Mike Kagansky, software engineer working for Collabora. Hello, everyone. I am Mike Kagansky, software engineer working for Collabora Productivity, mostly working on its core part. This talk is about the feature that is new in LibreOffice 7.2, multi-column support in text boxes, shapes, and other graphical objects. This is the first time when I pre-record a talk for a conference, so please excuse if I do something incorrect or funny. First of all, I want to tell that I'm glad to be part of the great team of professionals which Collabora Productivity is. It is in a unique position, making commercial customers happy and at the same time bringing the improvements resulting from that to benefit everyone in the open source project. The feature that we have implemented is the perfect example of this mutual benefit that commercial customers and other users get because of Collabora commitment to invest its expertise in, and do all the development is in open source. And I am proud that I am part of it. Let's proceed to the multi-column support in LibreOffice. And first of all, let's discuss what was supported prior to LibreOffice 7.2. If you work with Writer, you possibly know that multiple column is itself not a new feature in LibreOffice. It was available long before in Writer. It already had it in the very first release of OpenOffice.org, and I suppose it was available before that. Writer's columns are really very powerful, useful, configurable, far beyond what is available in our competitors. In writers pages, in writers sections, in writers frames, you may use columns and set them very finely, but not in graphical objects like text boxes, shapes, all that uses edit engine, the component that does not rely on writer's layout machinery. Here you see a text document with a section that uses two columns. Also you see a dialog to configure the columns, and you may see how rich the configuration is, where you can set up distribution of the text or the form of the separator line, something that is absent in our competitors. It was already present in Writer before the 7.2 release. But other modules, Calc, Impress, Draw, didn't have this multi-column support because they didn't use writers layout machinery, as was already stated. They all rely on edit engine to do that. And since we discuss here the development that brought this capability into these modules, the question is, did they actually need this support? Or maybe it was okay without it. Let's see. I want to focus on Impress as the module that benefits most visibly when any new feature appears that provides new layout capabilities. When authors create slides, they might want to put their text into columns, and they would expect naturally that the text would flow freely from one column into the other, which is what columns are about. At the same time, they want the good stuff that they already have with the boxes in the Impress. For instance, allowing them to automatically scale the text to fit the size of the box. But that wasn't able directly, and a user would need to create, for instance, two text boxes or a table with two columns, and then you would need to type text, move it from one element to the other, from one cell to the other, to distribute them. You would need to make sure to apply same properties to the two elements so that the text looks consistent. When you edit the text, you naturally need to do this all again because, for instance, scaling might need adjustments. All that would need to be done manually. The other aspect requiring the new feature was interoperability with other suites that already provide multi-column support in presentations. When LibreOffice users get documents created in those suites, they naturally want to see them as they were intended to be, but that wasn't possible before 7.2. Indeed, we tried to work around the missing feature and tried, for instance, to import multi-column texts into tables, trying to figure how to distribute the text over the different cells, but that couldn't be done perfectly, and often the text ended up being distributed in a different way, not as it was intended to be. Here is the screenshot of Microsoft PowerPoint with a slide with two-column layout and a configuration dialog. So naturally, we needed to provide ways to import and export the data to allow our users to interoperate with users using other Office suites. So now we see that the need is real. Let's proceed to the change itself. When you start working on a new big feature, you need quite some effort. the feature takes much time. It requires developers to work for weeks and even months. And indeed, that means that you may only be sure that the feature will be completed at some stage when someone supports the development and makes it possible for developers to focus on their task. When a commercial company gets a support contract and they listen to their employees, they create support tickets to resolve problems that their employees have. The company does just that. It makes the difficult development possible, which otherwise could be totally impossible for a volunteer. It could be just too huge for a volunteer who need to eat in the first place. And we're glad to have SUSE, our valued customer, who keep helping the whole community to improve LibreOffice over the years. They are the ones who made this development possible. Thank you. When implementing the new feature, you need to check if it would bring changes, possibly incompatible changes, to the file format that is used in the Office suite. And we studied ODF, if it has required support or if we need to extend it to support the new feature. And it turned out that ODF already has all the required support for it. It already defined that graphical objects may have columns element in it. So that was a nice surprise for me, and I want to thank all the wise people working in the ODF technical committee in Oasis. Thank you. Then we proceeded to analyze the scope of the task. If we needed to implement all the rich feature set implemented in Writer in the columns in graphical objects. And after discussing the possibilities, we decided to not implement everything that Writer has and focus and limit the task to the simple same width columns without separators. There were two reasons for this decision. First, keeping things simple allowed us to provide the new feature faster. And second, possibly the most important, was that having two complex feature set implemented from the start would create another compatibility problem, this time in the opposite direction. The users would be unable to save these features into external file formats, which would make them make it difficult for them to share their documents with the users of other Office suites. So we decided to limit our task, and additionally, it was unclear if this set of features was actually demanded, so that would justify the development. The next nice part of the task was to implement the document model for the feature and to make sure that it gets stored to and imported from the file formats. the two file formats. First of all, it is our native ODF, and the second, the OXML that Microsoft Office uses. I really enjoyed how well engineered our existing code was when I worked on this feature. The code that already handled this task for writer was so well engineered that it was very easy to reuse it. It needed very few changes, very few modifications to make it work for broader set of objects. We made some refactoring to move it to make it reachable from edit engine, and it worked. I always enjoy working with a code that is so well engineered, because it makes the task easier. It allows to do more good stuff in less time. And I'm very glad to be able to work together with brilliant engineers like Miklos, who is always ready to share their expertise and point to ways to avoid inventing a wheel. It's him who pointed me to this well-written code. Thank you. One thing that required a completely new development from our side was the text layout itself. We needed to make quite a few changes, and most demanding part was the new iterative algorithm to distribute lines of text over several columns. When you implement an iterative layout algorithm, one of the biggest problems is to make sure that this algorithm ends at some point, that it never hangs. And since we changed an algorithm that was previously linear into iterative, we needed to make sure that it can't freeze. So I am glad that we were able to do that. I am sure that our algorithm never hangs. It works reliably, and that's what I'm proud with. In the end, there were a number of commits implementing the feature in steps. There were an initial set of merged patches. Then there were some more patches that fixed some omissions, bugs, and now the change is ready for everyone to enjoy the end result in LibreOffice 7.2. You may see that the boxes in Impress, as visible on this slide, as well as in all other modules, got the power to distribute your text over the columns just as you would expect. The configuration of this feature is very simple. It is hosted in the text properties dialog, where other text properties were already hosted. Also, it is available on the sidebar, and you may see the comparison of the dialogs used in Microsoft Office and in LibreOffice 7.2. You may see the parity of features in the two Office suites. So, what's left to do? There are a number of issues filed against this new feature in Bugzilla. It is natural, it is a new feature, it is a big feature, and some problems are inevitable in the first steps, and especially so when the feature was just published to the wide testing. But one of the most important issues there is, in my opinion, bug 140022, which is about still unresolved compatibility problem between Microsoft Office and our new implementation in LibreOffice. To resolve it, we need some missing bits in initialization of edit engine. And recently, Noel Grandin has made some nice changes toward this. Thank you very much for that. Yet more work is needed on this problem as well as on other still unresolved problems with the new feature. Yet, I am glad that the feature is functional and is ready for you to test. Please do that. This is basically the end of my report about working on this new feature that is landed in LibreOffice 7.2. The feature that is brought to you thanks to Collabora that magically makes commercial support to benefit the community. The task was really a great pleasure. Thank you for your attention that allowed me to feel all that pleasure again as if I working on it the second time. Now it's time for questions, and I am sure that I am ready there in the room waiting for them to answer. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Michael. I'm always glad when there is no questions. It means that I made a perfect job describing everything. And thanks to all the community and to TDF. It is a pleasure. Of course, it would be great to meet in person, but this conference makes feel closer to each one.